information and welcome everyone to our regular board meeting, continuing from last week and wrapping up on the items and agenda that we began the week prior. I did want to share section G on our agenda tonight will be moved up in order to accommodate our students who are on the call, who were presenting last week before we pause the meeting, and then we will continue with the regular agenda. The regular meeting of the Board of Education of the San Francisco Unified School District for March 1st is now called to order. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Alexander?
Here.
Commissioner Bogus?
Here.
Commissioner Collins?
Here.
Vice President Lamb?
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Here.
President Lopez?
Here.
Student Delegate Lamb?
Here.
And Student Delegate Liang?
Here.
It's roll call.
Thank you. Section A is general information. Section B, our land acknowledgement. We, the San Francisco Board of Education, acknowledge that we are on the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. As the indigenous stewards of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. As guests, we recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland. We wish to pay our respects by acknowledging the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush community, and by affirming their sovereign rights as First Peoples. Item 2, approval of board minutes. The regular meeting of February 8th, 2022, and special meeting of February 24th, 2022. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Student Delegate Lamb?
Yes.
Student Delegate Liang?
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Bogus?
Yes.
Commissioner Collins?
Yes.
Vice President Lamb?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
President Lopez?
Yes.
6 ayes.
So as mentioned, before we move forward, I'd like to move up section G on our agenda. Discussion of sexual harassment, sexual assault presentation from young Asian women against violence, YAWAVE. Our students were gracious enough to attend tonight's meeting once again, and we will begin by hearing from Zoe and Whitney.
Yes, would there be anyone who's responsible for screen sharing our presentation? Or would you like us to present without it this time? Oh, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. Thank you again for letting us take some time and space today to be able to do our presentation again and to be able to address both the Board of Education and the San Francisco public about our sexual assault and sexual harassment resource toolkit that we created in order to combat such allegations in the SFUSD school district. And then next slide after this one. I'll pass it off to Whitney.
Thanks, Zoe. So to briefly explain ourselves, we are SFUSD students, part of the program YAWAVE, which deals a lot with bringing awareness and educating ourselves on topics such as violence and sexual violence. So specifically, the two of us presenting here today again have a significant role in overseeing much of the program's content and work closely with other SFUSD students.
So to give kind of an overview for those who aren't familiar with our resource toolkit, just to share some background as to why we created it in the first place. We were motivated by the alarming number of sexual harassment and sexual assault allegations last fall in SFUSD, and we still see these problems kind of brewing in SFUSD. It's definitely something that hasn't gone away. So we wanted to make sure that there was a resource for students to use. And as students, we witnessed these problems unfold, and we still witness them happening. And we realized that as students and as members of Yahweh, we were the perfect people to come up with a solution because we had all this knowledge that we wanted to share with other students and other youth. So the basic content of our resource toolkit is a slideshow, one that we usually do workshops on. We have both a transcription and a narration of that slideshow for whatever learning is best for you or accessibility reasons. We wanted to make sure that this resource toolkit was accessible and easy to use for all members of SFUSD. And in addition to those resources, we have listed additional outside resources at the end of our toolkit for those who are seeking to educate themselves further or are seeking more professional help.
All right, so to just kind of debrief over our intentions of creating this project, the first is to better inform students about their rights, what violence looks like, as well as how young people are affected and what they can do to help each other. And our second intention is to really make sexual health education accessible. So we have visual, verbal, and auditory resources in our toolkit, and we want to make sure that regardless of your access needs, you can still be able to look into this information. And the third intention is to normalize conversations around sexual violence and sexual harassment. We believe that silence is sort of the biggest contributor to why these issues are very prevalent amongst uninformed teens. And the fourth is really to bridge the communication gap between adults and students. We really noticed that during the time when cases were really prevalent, there was a big miscommunication between adults and students, and we want to help repair that for the future. So I'll pass it off to you.
I think they're on mute.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So this number was very important to us when we were creating this. 16,279 is the number of students that attend SFUSD public high schools, and it was the demographic that we were trying to reach. And then the slide after the next slide, please. So the way that we wanted to reach our goals was to first build relationships with each public high school. So we wanted to email the administration and wellness staff at every high school to provide both resources and future workshop collaborations. And the second goal was to engage in a collaboration with the Board of Education, which would hit multiple of those intention points that Whitney focused on earlier.
So moving forward with our project, we really want to incorporate these aspects in our relationship between the Board of Education. So the first thing is accessibility. So we really want this toolkit to be accessible to any individual within the district, especially teens when needed for addressing sexual harassment or assault issues. And the second is we really want collaboration between YAWAVE and the Board of Education so that YAWAVE can constantly be utilized as a resource for raising awareness, whether that's through workshop presentations or otherwise. And lastly, we want communication. Our hope is to continue this relationship between YAWAVE and the Board of Education to be able to work together and address sexual harassment and assault efficiently in the future. And that's the end of our presentation. Thanks for listening, everyone.
Thank you again to our students, Zoe and Whitney, for bringing this forward, for all of your labor. As I mentioned previously, I mean, this topic is long overdue, and I know you all have been working really hard to get information to the public, to collaborate with adults, and shortly we'll be hearing from our staff who will share their responses to numerous requests. I also do not want to ignore the actions that were taking place at our high schools today. So we'll begin our discussion after we hear from staff, and it will also be open to the public. But I appreciate your time here and your willingness to discuss and collaborate with the board.
Thank you, President Lopez. And I also want to thank our students. I appreciate the presentation. This evening, we'll be hearing from two of our staff members. Ms. Kiki Williams will talk about some of the context and what has been created. And then Nikia Ford-Morthel will discuss how the programs are being implemented in our schools.
Thanks, Dr. Matthews. Good evening, commissioners. I wanted to share a little bit about what we have done for in response to the Title IX demands that students were bringing to our attention in the fall. My name is Kiki Williams. I am the Executive Director in the Office of Equity here at San Francisco Unified. On December 9th, Dr. Matthews in our office sent a response to the various student demands that had been forwarded to us, and we had sat in on meetings. And in those demands were in that response was information about how students could report incidents of sexual harassment, how incidents are investigated, a link to information about SFUSD curriculum about boundaries and consent, some information about legal limitations under Title IX and the California Ed Code, as well as some of our SFUSD commitments. One thing that we were really excited about is the Title IX Student Advisory Group. We sent out a call for applications, and we had 12 students apply. That closed on Friday. So we plan to be notifying those students this week. And our hope with that is to really engage some of our student leaders who have been extremely vocal to help us better create resources for students in a student-friendly way that students can read and understand the legal language a little bit better. So we're really excited about that. Another thing we do yearly is to provide training for our educators, our administrators, wellness, a lot of folks from the Student Family Services Division, counselors, deans, social workers. So we are constantly in communication with our staff to help support through issues that come up at school sites. So those are a few of the things that we've done in response. And as I said, we'll be excited to share out later information that we gather from the Student Advisory Group once we get going later this spring.
Good evening, everyone. So in addition to what Kiki shared, it is the responsibility of the assistant soups and directors to engage site leaders with the Office of Equity to make sure they're all being trained on this important topic, that they know what the SFUSD policy is, what law is, and have a shared vocabulary. And then they take that back to their school sites. In terms of how school sites are getting this information out to students, the primary vehicle has been via homeroom and advisory. But I will say that many of our sites have been very creative and partnered actually with students to figure out different ways to have other students access this information, including assemblies, wellness days, videos that have been co-produced and co-made with other students, using lessons that the district has created or created lessons at school sites during homeroom classes, during social studies class, health class, and then of course, like I said, advisory. There have been a number of peer resource groups who've also supported sites in this. I would say that, despite the efforts, or maybe in addition to this effort, we know that this is a continued area of focus, and we want to make sure that our students know what their rights are, that there is understanding of what is consent, not consent, et cetera. And so we've asked sites to commit to not just doing this at the beginning of the school year, which was typical, but throughout the school year. And many of our sites have done that, but still wanting to make it a more frequent opportunity for students to engage and get the information. And then we're also thinking about how do we follow up to make sure, school teacher term, check for understanding. How are we making sure that after the events and presentations and videos and throughout the year, students are aware and understand what their rights are and where they can go if they feel like those rights have been violated. And so those are some of the things that school sites are doing. When LEAD has their cohort meetings and their check-ins, they of course help leaders with individual cases in partnership with the Office of Equity, but also check in on ways in which school sites are, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time with this mask, breathing, ways in which school sites are engaging students in this topic. And so we have been able to gather a number of examples and samples of what school sites have done and are doing, and are able to share those with other school sites. So there's a lot of collaboration that's happening, but want to lift that some of the things that the students highlighted in their presentation around student voice and collaboration are happening, and we're committed to making sure that happens more frequently, but more importantly, making sure that we're actually getting the results that we want, which are students being informed and knowing where to go and how to get support if they do feel their rights are violated.
Okay, thank you to our staff for sharing that information. Before we begin our discussion, I'd like to open it up to public comment on this item.
Thank you, President Lopez. How long will we have for public comment for this item?
I'm looking at the hands that are raised. We'll do a minute each.
Okay, thank you. Finger J.
I apologize. I'm interested in another item. I was on here to defend Miss Penny Loftusness. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will take public comment on this item. Would you, interpreters, please repeat that in Spanish and Chinese? There will be 1 minute each.
Buenas tardes. Por favor, levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Gracias.
如果你想對呢個題目發表意見嘅話，請而家撳舉手，咁你會將會有1分鐘嘅時間嚟發言嘅。唔該晒 ，thank you。
Thank you. Julie D. Sue.
Good evening, Commissioners. I just want to really commend Zoe and Whitney for this wonderful program. I'm a former commissioner on the San Francisco Commission on the Status of Women. There in the past had been a liaison from SFUSD to the Family Violence Council. I'm wondering what happened to that. And we have started training as young as in middle school about appropriate behavior and limits. I also want to mention that this meeting was noticed as a special meeting, and as such, only one agenda item is supposed to be entertained unless otherwise it's a violation of the Brown Act. And I will also put that in the Q&A portion. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Lee.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Hi, this is Larry Lee. I was gonna mention the same thing that the previous caller called about. This is a Brown Act violation. It's only supposed to be one item, which is the item that we're
Hi,
talking
I'm
about.
sorry. Right now, we're listening to comments on the topic that was discussed,
No,
which
okay, the
was,
comment I want to make on this is just,
that's not,
it's just,
so,
no, the comment is on student sexual harassment cases. So far, it's all been just
SFUSD PAC.
Yes, hello, thank you. This is Michelle Jacques Menegas, the coordinator for the Parent Advisory Council to the Board of Ed. And on behalf of the PAC, I just want to commend the students again and also apologize on behalf of adults that we did not support you the way as students should have been supported in all of this. But so very appreciative and proud of the students' efforts on this. Once again, you demonstrate leadership in our district, and please let us know if there's any way that we, the PAC, can support you.
Thank you. Marcella.
student sexual. Hello? Oh, am I off? I thought I had 1 minute.
Marcella.
Yes, my name is Marcela Sosa. Tengo un hijo en la escuela Balboa. Soy líder de Innovate Public School y de soporte para familias con niños con disabilidad. Estoy aquí para apoyar la resolución de la traducción. Esta resolución es un punto de referencia que tendrán los padres de familia que no hablamos inglés.
hola, perdón, Marcela, vamos a escuchar ese artículo después. Ahorita estamos en la presentación sobre abuso sexual que presentaron nuestros estudiantes. Escucharemos eso pronto.
Ok, perfecto, gracias.
Gracias.
Mira Wong. Mira Wong.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So hello, my name is Mara and my pronouns are she, her. I'm one of the peer leaders currently attending Yahweh, and I feel like this project is important because it is crucial for students in classroom to learn more about sexual assault and sexual harassment, especially since it is a very important and current issue in our society and classrooms. Being in Yahweh so far has greatly impacted me and allowing me to bond, learn, and grow with the other peer leaders and JPCs.
Thank you. Stephanie C2. Stephanie, we will need to promote you to panelist. So your camera you may be on camera. We'll need to promote you to panelist. Is that okay? Okay, promoting you, Stephanie.
Hi, my name is Stephanie. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Stephanie Situ, and I'm one of the peer leaders currently in Yahweh. I believe that the project is very important because of the amount of recent and previous cases of sexual assault and harassment in our district. This project can be the start of a new beginning where students feel safe to be at a school where they won't be harmed in any way, whether it be by a classmate or a staff member. I firmly stand with the fact that educating is the first step to solving, so this toolkit is going to be very beneficial for my peers and the communities in our school. And because Yahweh has impacted me on such a positive scale, I believe that it is important to listen to my fellow JPCs and their hard work. And I know that this project can positively impact our community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Siobhan Hines.
Hi, I'm recently in San Francisco for my spring break, and I just wanted to talk about how Lowell students had to protest outside in the cold, protesting against sexual assault and SFUSD on student athletics teams. And they had to protest in the cold from about 5:30 to 8:45 because one of their administrators said they couldn't go inside due to it being a school sanctioned event, and that if they were to go inside with posters protesting this event, that park police would be called on them. Now, I know everyone has rights to First Amendment, and I'm pretty sure that there's no board policy against going inside and protesting with posters, not running on the school basketball court and not running to attack anyone, but with posters.
Thank you. Andrea Zhang.
Hi, my name is Andrea. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm one of the peer leaders currently in Yawave. I think that this project is important because it would raise awareness and educate people about sexual assault and sexual harassment. And this is important because there has been many sexual assault and sexual harassment cases that took place within our schools. I think this project is important because it gives a place for survivors to reach out to so that survivors know that they aren't alone. This project was also raise awareness regarding sexual assault and sexual harassment, which is good because we'll be one step closer to preventing sexual assault and sexual harassment happening within our.
Andrea, thank you. Rosa Mendoza.
Buenas tardes.
Hi, Rosa. Rosa, would you like to make a public comment on this item? That concludes public comment, President Lopez, for this item.
Okay, thank you for checking that. I'd now like to open it up for discussion on this item. Are there any questions or comments from our student delegates or board commissioners? And I am keeping an eye on our virtual attendees. Student Delegate Lamb.
Yes, so first I want to thank Yawave. I've worked with you all over the past for some stuff that we've held at Lowell, and I know that you all do amazing work, and clearly this is evidence of that. So thank you for coming in and presenting. I think that this toolkit, as public commenters have mentioned, is absolutely going to be useful to students, and I greatly appreciate all your work. But I also just want to acknowledge that these are students that are making toolkits, making materials for this issue. And I feel like I said this a while ago, and I'll say it again, I feel like students, when faced with these issues, always bear the burden. They are the ones that take action and the ones who are proactive. And I'd like to see the same energy matched from staff. Meaning, I hope that this toolkit goes out to every student through our high school newsletter. I'm hoping that we make this available on our website and do whatever we can to support Yawave in getting this material out. I also want to address the public comment made about protests. So, and as President Lopez has mentioned, there were a couple of high schools today that walked out of class in protest of sexual assault and sexual violence, particularly on sports teams, and also the complicity of sports teams and their coaches. And so I would like to lift that up and first of all, acknowledge the students for once again taking action. As I said again, time and time again, students bear the brunt of the burden. They're the ones that are going out and protesting and being proactive. I also want to acknowledge the incident that the public commenter mentioned about how these students were peacefully protesting at a basketball game and were told they could not go in because they had posters and they were threatened with the police. I don't think that's okay. It goes against our board policy, and I have it pulled up in front of me, but it's board policy 5145-2 or 0.2 in regards to on and off-campus expression. And a student shall be subject to discipline for off-campus expression, including expression on-campus internet web, only when the expression poses a threat to the safety of other students, staff, or school property, or substantially disrupts the educational program. Silently protesting a basketball game to me does not seem like it validates a response from site administration to call the police. So I want to make that known. I also want to highlight these students' demands from today, from the walkouts from Lowell and Soda and a couple other high schools. First is to implement a mandatory orientation about sexual violence and consent for all prospective student athletes and coaches. The second is to re-clarify the reporting process, as we heard from staff that has happened, but I'd like to see it again, making sure that we specifically outline what survivors are expected to do throughout the investigation. Guarantee that throughout the investigation process, survivors are not forced to directly communicate with their abuser. And if a report of sexual violence does not meet the criteria of a Title IX complaint, I think it says to investigate the report under the SWSD bullying and harassment policy. And then the last two are to protect survivors by transferring abusers out of any shared classes, and for this particular administration to issue a public apology for violating students' rights. And so I wanted to lift those up. And then I have one question for staff. Is there any plan to implement some sort of policy where we educate our coaches and our sports teams on the issue of Title IX? And with that, I will turn it over.
I will just add that we have used a program called Coaching Boys to Men before through Futures Without Violence. We had used it before the pandemic, and it was specific to teams, athletic teams and coaches. I'm not sure what the implementation has been since the pandemic, but we have made attempts in the past. Sorry, I have no childcare. We have made attempts in the past to focus on that, specific to athletic teams. But to your point about orientation for all students, focusing on that too is something that I think we should be doing, especially returning from the pandemic.
Is there other staff who can respond?
Good evening, commissioners and student delegates. Currently, we are, just as Ms. Williams mentioned, we had some.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, can we make it visible who the speaker is for public? Thank you.
Sorry, am I visible? Because my video is on, so I'm not sure. Should I go on?
Yes, Melly, you can continue.
Yeah, thank you. Sure. So as Ms. Williams said, there has been some information for coaches pre-pandemic. We are in a transition and really having to rethink some of the coaching supports and resources with our new director who just started, I think maybe about a month ago. So it is good to hear this information, and I'm glad to be learning about it so we can think about the future state and add these things to ensure that as part of the coaching, these things are added. So thank you for raising it.
And one of the board members just asked for a direct response regarding to police being called. On Friday night, I was in direct contact with the supervisor who was in direct contact with the administration. What was reported here was definitely not what was reported to me, and I asked that specific question. So we will investigate and have a report back for the board.
Okay, and I am documenting the requests that are being made in order to follow up with our student delegates, as we've done in the past. Other comments from student delegates or commissioners? Oh.
I just wanted to acknowledge Student Delegate Lamb asked for a commitment to share the toolkit in our lead newsletter, and I made that commitment at the last meeting, but did not say it at this one, so I wanted to say it on public record that we are going to share that with our site leaders through our lead news and also through our principal huddles that we have every other Wednesday to make sure they have that information.
What I heard from Student Delegate was that it not be shared necessarily with site leaders, but that there's a commitment that all students receive the toolkit. And so I guess that, I just want to make sure that it's not just shared, but that it's actually received.
Yes, and that's the first vehicle through which we get it to our site leaders. And then, sorry, so let me finish. I will have lead, make sure that lead is able to follow up with the principals and assistant principals to make sure that information is getting into the hands of students, and make sure that there's a plan for each school as to how the information and when that information will get out.
Thank you. And I believe communications is in touch with that work too. Okay, commissioners. Vice President Lamb and then Commissioner Collins.
Thank you. Thank you to our student presenters and to YAWAVE. I know that you all have put a lot of work and attention, not only within YAWAVE, but to really galvanize the voices of our students at your school sites and as a broader within the school district. So just as a follow-up, similarly to really utilizing the toolkit, and thank you to Nikia, our Deputy Superintendent Ford Morthello, around the lead as being the next stop of raising the toolkit to our site leaders. And I'm sorry if Kiki, I missed this. I was in transit on the way here to in-person around and to Melly as well. How is it being utilized right now if the toolkit is or plans to through our wellness center, since we have such a built-up infrastructure there for wellness and for our students for peer-to-peer supports as well?
Thank you, Commissioner Lamb, for the question. And currently, I would have to check with staff. I know that there's a lot of resources through wellness centers. I don't know if this particular toolkit is available, so I will need to double check that with staff, and it certainly can be provided through that venue as well.
Thank you. If I could just also do a staff request when staff does come back to report, that can also be updated as well through the Wellness Center, because I do think that's a great opportunity given we have that infrastructure at every high school site. And I look forward to working with YAWAVE moving forward as well.
And I just want to add, questions can also be geared towards our presenters if there's advice or information we need from Zoe and Whitney, and for you all as well if you have questions for staff.
Thank you to the presenters. Really appreciate it. I think I'm just curious for staff, if you could just share with me a little bit about what's like the expectation for responses to issues of sexual harassment or assault at school sites, and what additional supports and resources are available to sites that are struggling to respond appropriately or quick enough. I guess that's the first question. I guess I have more.
I can jump in on that one. Our office responds in real time as much as we can when reports come in from either students or families, whether a call, Zoom. Sometimes we go out to the school sites, lead's been trained. So if our small staff can't get to administrators quick enough, they'll help out and help, do an initial consult. We have documents, we have internal resources, we have student facing resources. So we help do the initial pass at figuring out what information is out there and which policy it falls under, what first steps we need to do. So we are really, really hands-on with the administrators to make sure we're supporting them when any report comes forward.
Could you just share an idea of the estimate of like the time it would take to respond once somebody would kind of make it known that this happened to them at a school site? Like if a student came forth and informed the staff, how long until there would be action or steps taken?
That's really fact specific. Some issues were able to wrap up in a couple days. The new Title IX regulations that were issued in 2020 for the most serious sexual harassment that fall under a formal complaint process, it takes up to 60 to 90 days. The incidents that student delegate Lamb were talking about that fall within the bullying and harassment policy, we can move through a lot quicker. So there's a lot of issues that we have to talk through at the beginning, which we do, and then we help the administrators through that, or we do the formal investigations in our office if it rises to that level.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm just really interested in the process and how we can be more proactive as a district to support students when they're going through this, as well as the education piece, but just to be responsive when people feel that things have happened to them and they're reaching out for help to us, that they don't feel that they're just kind of waiting while things are happening. I guess I would also just like to see if we can start to identify additional resources to the one that was developed by the students, which is great, just to see if there's other things out there as well, just to have a variety of resources that are available through kind of our school site and our websites, just to kind of make sure we have things that are accessible to everyone, and also figuring out what we'll do to help maintain and monitor those things to kind of make sure that they're up to date and don't kind of get outdated as things move forward. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. So I guess, I don't know, I really don't know where to start. I'd like to ask, I guess, staff first. You know, I'm hearing about all this stuff that's going on, and I'm just wondering why a report wasn't presented. Because I guess that was a request that I made. One of the problems in addressing this is that we have actual legal policies, and then we also do have curriculum and program and supports. And they are both interconnected. And so, and I guess I also want to say, this isn't like a program that we want to have. This is legally required by law. And so I'd like to know from staff why we're not getting any specific information. I heard a lot of things that we're doing anecdotally, but I didn't see any reports on what we're specifically using as far as curriculum. I didn't see any data around what kind of reporting we're seeing from schools, or whether students feel like the curriculum that we're using is effective, or just really anything. So I'm just wondering if you can explain to me why we aren't, and the public isn't getting any kind of a report.
Well, I'll start, Commissioner Collins. So you now, currently or right now, you've asked for data and for specific curriculum. Originally, and I'm, speaking to you, the request that you made to me was that you'd like us to present on the content of, which Kiki did, of content of what we're creating and how the programs are being implemented. That was, and I actually wrote that down.
Great.
Okay.
Is there a report on that?
So what you just received was that. So if you have something else specific, like tonight you said.
What curriculum are we using right now?
So that's what you're saying now.
No, I'm saying what is the curriculum that we're using? It's in our administrative regulations. I mean, even if I didn't ask for it, it says in our administrative regulations, and that's another one, I guess. I had asked if that could be posted, because we do have administrative regulations required by California state law. And in those, students actually, Ruth Asawa Soda last fall, went online and looked up what we say we are doing required by state law. And it says that we train teachers, and it says that we will also, inform students of, about sexual harassment and things like that. Those are all in our administrative regulations. And I'm just wondering, the reason that I have been specific about asking about this is, I think, and students are being really clear with us. They're saying that all the things that we say we're doing aren't happening. And I think it's very evident in the fact that we had several walkouts last fall after a summer where students held a major event at Lowell, and students, it was huge. And then we had another walkout today. So students are telling me very clearly, literally personally telling me this, but I think the data in terms of student walkouts is telling me that students feel that we are not doing an effective job in in responding to sexual assault and harassment reports. And they're also saying that we're not doing our job to educate them and their peers about what sexual assault and harassment is. And that was even in the report. It said they want us to make sure that we're educating athletic directors. As far as I'm aware, that should be required by state law already. Students shouldn't have to request that. We should be doing that by California state law. And so that tells me that we're actually not doing what we're saying we're doing. And so if there's a disconnect, I'd like to know where that disconnect is. And I can't do that because I'm seeing what students want because they wrote it down in a report. And so I guess that also reinforces what Student Delegate Lamb said, which is students have been doing a lot of work over the past several years to try to get more support around something that is critical and also required by law. And what Student Delegate Lamb said was she didn't feel like the adults were really matching that energy and that, I don't know, professionalism. And I'm seeing it tonight because students presented a report. They have a list of requests that's also loaded onto board docs, very specific requests. And we don't have anything from staff written down in response to those very specific requests. So I just, I'm kind of at a loss. So what I'm seeing is basically in action right now, what students are saying, which is they keep asking for something and then, there's a lack of response that is really specific and actionable and time-oriented and measurable. And so I just want to ask, I want to say thank you very much to students, both at this meeting and also out in schools that are advocating for this. I want to apologize as a board and as a district. We continue to fall down on this, and I don't think that this response is acceptable. I want students to be in class, not protesting the things that we should be doing already. And I guess I just wanted to just allow any of the students that have presented tonight, whether they be from Yahweh, which is, I'm really grateful for the work that you're doing, and then also for student representatives. If you want to say anything or reflect on anything I've said, am I getting it wrong? Maybe I'm off. Or is there something I'm missing? I just want to give you the opportunity to share any additional thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is Zoe from Yahweh, and I would just like to make a brief comment just in response to your observations. And I do definitely think that the disconnect is prevalent between both youth and adults. And that's the reason why both me and Whitney created this resource toolkit, was because we realize this disconnect as students and not being able to have this kind of conversation on leveled ground with adults in the SFUSD school district. So I guess the point of implementing our personal resource for all students to use is to show that adult and youth relationship is meaningful and respected in SFUSD, because not only would you be accepting a resource that is completely youth made, but it would show that this conversation that we're having now and the conversation that we are having tonight is being heard and it is being acknowledged, and that students aren't being tossed aside as we have felt with every walkout that we do, and probably how the students at the walkout at Lowell felt. And I think that the most recent walkout is really demonstrative that this problem isn't going to just go away. And I think that was something that was kind of said by admin from the very beginning. I don't think they thought that students were going to be as demonstrative as they have been. And I hope that they recognize that the demands that we're asking for are not there to just kind of be lost in the wind. We want to be heard, and we want to have educated, respectful conversations with each other and not feeling like we are inferior. So thank you for acknowledging that and letting us take the space to present tonight. And hopefully we can work to implement this resource and to make it permanent for years and years and years.
Thank you.
And just to kind of bring this full circle, the reason why tonight's agenda item was structured the way it was in our conversation, Zoe, Whitney, and I talked about this importance of having it be youth-led, youth-ran, so that when we hear from your perspective, your experiences, our staff can work with you in order to implement the things that you're asking for. And it's why you presented first. It's why we heard from staff afterward. It's why we're following up, and we'll follow up again. But in order for this to be successful, it does need to be in conjunction with our young people. So I know everyone's appreciating the work that you're doing, the action that you're taking in order to do that. We hope that as a district, with resources, we can fully implement the requests that you're making and continue this relationship, so students are feeling like their voices are heard. I want to offer any other opportunities for student delegates or commissioners to respond with questions or comments before we wrap up this item. Okay, I'm seeing none. I want to appreciate you again for your time. This won't be the last time we hear from you and we hear about this topic. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Okay, as I mentioned earlier in our meeting, I moved up this item to accommodate our students, but we are now moving back to section C of tonight's agenda, which is our consent calendar. I need a motion and a second on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Thank you. Let's open this item up for public comments, and let our translation please let the public know that we will be listening to the consent calendar item.
Buenas tardes, por favor levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público con relación al calendario público. Gracias.
如果你想對同意議程發表意見嘅話，請而家舉手。Thank you.
Thank you. If you care to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Chris C. Chris C.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry, I think I raised my hand too early.
Did you want to comment on this item?
No, I think I accidentally raised my hand too early.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Nguyen Louie?
Hi, does sections can include personnel? I'm looking under consent C. My name is Nguyen Liu. It doesn't.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
My name is Nguyen Louie. I'm a parent at Junipero Serra Elementary School. I'm here to urge you to reinstate all 3 kindergarten classes at Junipero Serra and to stop all cuts to teachers and staff. Over half of our student body comes from Spanish-speaking families. If we lose one of our kindergarten classes, we may not have enough students to fill our 4th and 5th grade classes. Because our funding is based on student enrollment, Serra could face closing in 5 years. One of our beloved teachers has already been laid off for next year. Please reverse this We've been slammed by COVID. Our attendance is down. Even though COVID is killing us and making us sick, I think it's time that we have a new metric for funding our schools, one that is not just based on student enrollment, but also on the stability and structure of our schools. California is expecting a budget surplus this year, despite the pandemic. The California Constitution requires spending of up to 40% on public education. We're working families and we pay our taxes. Please don't kick us while we're down. Please take our schools, our classes, and our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Stewart? Stewart?
Good evening, Superintendent Matthews and board members. My name is Stuart Dick, and I'm a school district nurse. I've been before the board previously as a member of the PEEF-CAC. So I'm speaking about moving the budget for school district nurses and social workers and CHOWs to individual school sites. Moving our roles to school site budgets mean that site administrators who are already being pushed to their limits will be responsible for supervising and advising professionals in areas of which they have no experience or direct training. They will, in fact, be evaluating us rather than us being evaluated by our professional peers. For the administrators, this increases the exposure, risk, and liability of administrators in medical and mental health emergencies. It also means social workers and school nurses lose access to the job-specific training and supervision that we receive from our central office nurses and social workers. Always, but in particular, during the pandemic, the need for immediate consultation on immediate situations, emergent situations involving the mental and physical health of our students is critical. Our administrator cannot be expected to wear these hats in addition to all they are already expected to do.
Thank you, Stuart. As a reminder, this is for consent calendar items. If you would like to give public comment on the consent calendar items, please raise your hand. Hattie Wyatt? Hattie Wyatt?
Hello. Yes, I'm a parent of Jay Sarah, and I would just like to speak to you.
Sorry, Hattie, I'm so sorry to cut you off. Right now, we're speaking to consent calendar items. We will come back to this later on in the agenda, and you can raise your hand at that time.
Okay, but please reverse the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison White?
Hi, I'm a San Francisco Unified School teacher. I'm wondering why SFUSD teachers have not been paid.
Right now we're focusing
I
on the
understand, I
consent
heard that
calendar.
already, but I'm going to ask every time why SFUSD teachers have not been paid through Empower. There are teachers in the school building who show up every day and we are not being paid. High school credit recovery teachers have
This is
high
not
school
that
credit
item. We will
recovery
come back
teachers
to
have
that
not been
item.
paid since October.
That concludes public comment for this item. There are no hands.
And apologies to the public for the confusion about the current item. We know how important what's being brought up is. We just want to make sure we're aligned with the items. So now we'll check if there are any items withdrawn or corrected by the superintendent.
No, President Lopez.
Any items removed from the consent calendar for first reading by the board? Or severed by the board?
We discuss number 9, specifically the recommendations for non-reelection without cause for probationary 2 credentialed teachers. And the reason why I was saying that there's personnel under consent calendars because this is personnel. And there was somebody earlier in the public that wanted to speak to this item. about the non-renewals.
Okay, let's open a public comment again on the consent calendar items. And we'll just run through the hands that are available right now.
There was a public member who earlier today called in regarding one of the probationary 2 teachers, and we had to tell him it was during this time. And so I'm wondering if he's still wanting to comment. I don't remember his name.
I do remember his name and I just saw his hand. So seeing that there's that individual and a few others who would like to speak on the consent calendar item, please choose this time to do so.
Okay, so we have Alex Schmaus.
Hi, my name is Alex Schmaus. I'm an instructional aide at Francisco Middle School. I'm also the United Educators Board building representative. And I would ask that, given that there's been, I think the board commissioners have received as many as 20 letters in support of teacher PL facing non-reelection at Francisco Middle School, that I think the language is to sever that item for discussion. And I think the commissioners should consider more discussion on that item and not just rubber stamping it. It's very unusual to get that many letters, as I understand, about a non-reelection.
Thank you, Alex. Allison White.
Hi, yes, I'm an SFUSD teacher and I teach at a high school in San Francisco. And I'm wondering why SFUSD teachers have been left unpaid. Why
Allison,
COVID sick days have not been coded into Empower.
This
And
is-
why teachers have been left
Sorry,
unpaid.
Allison, right now we're focusing on consent calendar items. Did you want to give comment on that?
Well, you just muted me when you asked me if I want to comment on that. You're asking me to follow a decorum and you are not paying San Francisco working teachers. How is that possible?
So we are working, we will reach out. This item is to speak for consent items on the consent.
So if you would like to comment on the consent calendar, please raise your hand and we will call on you for consent calendar public comment. Selena Chu.
Hello, hi. This is Selena. I have a parent asking me what's a consent calendar, and unfortunately, I don't know what's a consent calendar. Is it possible if you briefly can go over so they know what questions they might have? Thank you.
It's the consent calendar are the items that are on the board agenda. So you'd have to look at the board agenda and then you see the consent area and it's all the items under section C. Next caller.
Jeff Finger.
Yes, I'm simply raising my hand in regards to, I got to tell you, I don't have the agenda in front of me, so I don't know what a consent eligible items are. I'm calling about teacher PL at Francisco Middle. I will cede
You'll
the
be
floor.
able to comment on the, oh, sorry.
Yes, this is the time for that, sir.
Fine, I'll lower my hand.
No,
No,
please give your comment.
Jeff, if you can please comment on this item, this is the time to do so. We apologize for the confusion.
Okay, can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, again, I'm happy to defer to a later time. I'm just confused about when I'm supposed to speak. I'm calling on behalf of teacher PL, and I was her master teacher in her training program. She was beloved of my students. She's received satisfactory or highly satisfactory reviews before. It, to me, I'm trying to be respectful, but it is unconscionable to me, reprehensible behavior on the part of a principal to execute a capricious decision which amounts to a nuclear option, causing this teacher not be able to even pursue other employment on our district. And I am livid about it. And I just don't understand how a principal has that kind of capricious, indiscriminate power to essentially cast out a teacher of her ability and her compassion and her overwhelming support of her colleagues and students. Please, please rescind this. Please rescind this action. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane Lavelle. Jane Lavelle. Jane, are you there? We'll come back to you, Jane. Jane Lavelle. That concludes public comment for this item, President Lopez.
Brianna Bender.
Oh, and Anna Dur- Brianna Bender.
Yes, am I working?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to make a comment on why Cobb Elementary was changed from a tier 3 to a tier 2 school, and why, how are those demographics based on in 2022 on some information from 2018 and 2019. I believe that should be under review, and that should come to you guys' attention, and that our school needs to be back at a tier 3. Our students, 25% of our students need an IEP, and we are definitely deserving of a tier 3 funds and the tier 3 amenities like the MTSS that are at our school, and we cannot afford to get rid of any of them. I'd like to put that on the note, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Ana Montano. Ana Montano. Ana, are you there? Okay. I believe that concludes public comment.
Thank you for checking again. By request, we will be severing item 9 on the consent calendar for further discussion. Is that correct, Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes, thank you.
Please note, oh, Deborah, please note for the public. Okay, roll call on consent calendar.
Student Delegate Lamb,
Yes.
Student Delegate Liang,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Collins,
Yes.
Vice President Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
President Lopez,
Yes.
6 ayes.
Thank you. Section D, discussion and vote on consent calendar items severed for separate consideration. As just mentioned, we will be discussing item 9, certificated personnel actions, resolution number 223-1F1-F15. Commissioners, are there any questions or comments?
Yes. I severed the item for discussion. I just have a question. Is this time sensitive in terms of having to pass this? This portion, at least, on the probationary 2, non-relax?
Yes, it is time sensitive because under Ed Code, we have to issue letters to people by March 15th. So there is a time sensitivity to this item going forward.
And do we have the ability to remove one of the names for discussion in closed session, since it's a personnel issue?
I'm gonna ask legal to answer that.
Commissioner Sanchez, personnel is not noticed for discussion tonight on closed session. If the board wished to discuss one or more candidates, we would need to do that at a subsequent closed session after we notice that on the agenda.
Thank you. That's what I would prefer to do, even if we have to have a special meeting to do that. It is true that we rarely get this amount of comment and feedback from the public and colleagues of teachers that are being non-reelected. And so unless staff has some rationale they want to give publicly, that would be my recommendations, to sever that one name.
So Commissioner Sanchez, just for clarity, you're moving to sever one name from the personnel consent report, but the remainder of the report may move forward?
Yes.
I'm assuming it's the one, PL.
PL.
Given that my recommendation would be to pull the individual name and we move forward with voting on the rest of the item.
If the majority of the board wants to do that.
President Lopez, you need a second to Commissioner Sanchez's motion.
I'll second.
Second.
Second and a third. Okay, so to be clear, we will be voting on item 9, sans the individual PL. Is that clear for everyone?
I don't know if we have to vote on that to sever that name. It sounds like if we
I recommend you do, Commissioner Sanchez, just to be clear. Otherwise, we'll move forward with the item.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a second on the floor. Let's vote on removal of that one name. Roll call, please.
Student Delegate Lamb,
Yes.
Student Delegate Liang,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Collins,
Yes.
Vice President Lamb,
No.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
and President Lopez.
Yes.
It's 5 ayes.
Thank you. And lastly, voting on item 9 with the names. Roll call, please.
Yep. Student Delegate Lamb,
Yes.
Student Delegate Liang,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Collins,
Yes.
Vice President Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
and President Lopez.
Yes.
6 ayes.
Thank you. So on section D, I wanted to note one correction. Item 1, tentative agreement between SFUSD and UESF will be heard under section F, special order of business. That will come later on the agenda. Section E, proposals for action. Item 1, board policy 5023, translation and interpretation. This item was moved and seconded at the December 14th, 2022 board meeting. There was a report from the Rules Committee on February 27th, 2022. I'd like to call on Superintendent Matthews to introduce the designee.
The designee to read this recommendation into the record will be Daniel Menezes.
Superintendent, I think that will be a surprise to Mr. Menezes. I think this one is mine.
Please proceed.
Okay. So tonight, Commissioners, the recommended action is that you approve Board Policy 5023, Translation and Interpretation, as amended and recommended by the Rules, Policy, and Legislation Committee.
Okay, before we discuss, let's open it up to public comment. We'll do 1 minute per speaker. Please translate this discussion.
Buenas tardes. Por favor, levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público con relación al voto sobre traducción e interpretación. Gracias.
如果你想對翻譯同傳譯嘅教委政策發表意見嘅話，請而家舉手，仲有1分鐘嘅發言時間嘅。Thank you.
And just a reminder to the public, this is public comment on Board Policy 5023, Translation and Interpretation. It's only public comment on this item.
If you would like to give public comment on Board Policy Translation 5023, please raise your hand. Melissa?
Hello, my name is Melissa. I have kids in SFUSD, and I am a parent leader with Innovate for Public Schools. And I'm here today in support of the translation resolution. This resolution will be a way to empower the parents who speak English to know how to demand their rights. Parents should have the rights to get documents translated in their language, especially assessments for special education, and get them in advance. Dear commissioners, I thank you in advance for supporting this important policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Josephine?
Oh, hi, Commissioners. Thank you for the resolution. I think it's very welcoming and needed, especially the parts where advisories will maybe add half the time, so maybe double the time or something like that, to allow translation, back-to-back translation, so that immigrants will feel that they will have a front row seat in the meetings, being able to participate right there and being able to ask questions in a language that they're comfortable with. I would also hope that our Zoom translation will also be integrated into Zoom, like the school board meeting translation will be integrated into Zoom instead of having to dial a second line for Google Voice, which means that we need 2 devices in order to access. And sometimes when we tell people to call the translation line, they will keep talking there and their voice is not being heard in the main forum. So any of the improvement is very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosario Gonzalez?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rosario González, como usted lo dijo, soy una madre líder de Innovate y madre líder de la escuela de mis hijos, están en el Distrito Unificado de San Francisco. Comisionados, estoy esta tarde aquí para pedirle que por favor apoyen la resolución, ya que es muy importante para muchos padres de familia que tenemos hijos con educación especial y estamos batallando en las traducciones, puesto que a veces no las dan, pero vienen tarde y cuando nos las dan, la traducción es muy pobre, la verdad, no entendemos, aunque viene en nuestro idioma, necesitamos que sea de alta calidad la traducción, que sea entendible. Y cuando la llegan a traducir, pues como le digo, viene tarde, necesitamos que lleguen a tiempo para poder revisarla y saber qué es lo que estamos recibiendo para nuestros niños. Cuando vengan esas traducciones en un español claro o en un idioma claro, nosotros estaremos entendiendo mejor para poder ayudar a nuestros niños. Y aparte, que las traducciones no se limiten a 1 hora, por favor. Si es más tiempo, necesitamos más tiempo, porque a veces cuando tenemos interpretación se corta. Necesitamos eso, por favor, apóyennos. No solo para nosotros, muchos papás se beneficiarán. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Rosario.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Rosario Gonzalez, and I'm a leader at my kids' school here in SFUSD. So I want you to please vote on this resolution. It's been hard for us, the ones that we require this service, and I also want to say that although sometimes we do have interpretation, sometimes it's very unclear, although it's in the same language, but we don't understand exactly what they're saying. It seems very complicated, and I just want you to know that although we have the service, we can't. It's for very short periods of time, and it makes it really hard. And we don't. It's hard for us parents to understand how the other people, how the interpreters speak back to us when they're doing interpretation. But please, I want you to vote on this resolution, and that will help greatly, not just me, but other parents in the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ana Montano. Ana Montano, are you there? Okay, we'll come back to you, Ana.
Okay, thank you.
Rosa Mendoza. Rosa Mendoza. Alita Martinez. Alita. Alita, are you there?
I'm being asked to unmute, but I am not Alita.
Sorry about that.
Buenas tardes. ¿Sí me escucha? Sí, yo escucho. Hola. Ay, buenas tardes. Sí, soy Rosa Mendoza.
What can we have one speaker at a time, please?
Soy Edila.
So, Alita?
Edila, ¿sí me escucha?
Sí.
Sí, mi nombre es Edila. Buenas tardes. Yo tengo un hijo con un EIP en la escuela Washington. Soy madre líder con Innove. Hace 2 semanas tuve mi reunión de EIP y el intérprete se tuvo que ir. Entonces, por eso no terminamos la reunión. Esto ya no debe de pasar, no es justo. Es una falta de respeto para nosotros los padres de familia. Por eso necesitamos pasar esta resolución para que los intérpretes no se limiten y nos traduzcan los documentos a tiempo. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Edila Martinez, and I have my student at Washington. He has an IEP. I'm also a leader mom at Innovate. And my comment is because I want you to vote on this resolution. When my kid had his IEP last week, the interpreter had to leave before the IEP was actually done, and so I think it's this lack of professionalism, and I feel that I felt disrespected because he had to leave. And so I want you to vote on this resolution so this kind of problems cannot happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcela?
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marcela Sosa. Tengo un hijo en la escuela Balboa. Soy líder de Innovate Public School y de soporte para familias con niños con disabilidades. Estoy aquí para apoyar la resolución de traducción. Esta resolución es un punto de referencia que tendrán los padres de familia como yo, que no hablamos inglés. Para conocer nuestros derechos de traducción necesitamos mejorar los servicios y de esta manera los padres se involucrarán más y entenderán más de la educación de nuestros hijos, más si tenemos niños con educación especial. Gracias, comisionado Alexander. Muchísimas gracias por estar siempre a la orden y tratar de traer todo esto hacia nosotras, por trabajar en esta resolución. Por favor, comisionado, sean campeones para mejorar los servicios de la traducción de nuestras escuelas públicas. Gracias.
Hi, my name is Marcela, and I want to thank Commissioner Alexander for all your work and for being our voice and to be and to be an advocate for moms here at the district. The one thing that I want to say that it's I also have a kid who attends Balboa, and I'm also part of the Innovate program as well as helping children with disabilities and be part of this program. And this is very important for the parents who does not speak any English to have this service, and it's very important because we can get more involved with our children and help them, specifically or especially for those kids that they have disabilities. And like I said before, Commissioner Alexander, thank you for all your support and advocate for us.
Thank you. Elsa Hernandez? Elsa, are you there?
Oh, buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan?
Sí.
Ok. Mi nombre es Elsa Hernández, soy madre líder de Innovate y Bryan Elementary School. Y estoy aquí para apoyar la resolución para que nuestros padres que no hablan inglés se sientan cómodos y reciban una traducción correcta de sus IEPs cuando ellos lo reciben, ya que nuestra comunidad mayormente es latina y se ve afectada por esto. Gracias de antemano, comisionado, por hacer, ojalá y puedan pasar esa resolución. Estamos aquí para apoyarla. Muchas gracias.
Hello, my name is Elsa Hernandez, and I am also a parent at Innovate, and I have a student at Bryant Elementary, and I'm here to support this resolution, and I want the commissioners to vote on it because it's important for a lot of us which were from from the Latino community, and not having this kind of services, it will affect a bunch of us, specifically the ones who have kids with IEPs. And so I want to thank the commissioners for your support, and please vote on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Alita Fisher?
Hi, everyone.
On behalf of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, I agree with all the previous callers. We're super excited to see this board policy being updated. However, I don't think it goes far enough. A few specific recommendations for updating here. Under district interpretation requests and best practices, number one, parent meetings. There is a big difference between should and shall, where we say meeting time should be extended to allow for consecutive interpretation. That provides wiggle room, and a policy should not provide wiggle room. Also, under section 11 on page 2 out of 3, every effort shall be made to translate written materials and provide them to parents, blah, 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 the rest of that. That every effort shall be made, again, too much wiggle room. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it. We should prioritize it. As we learned from Yoda, do or do not. There is no try.
Thank you, Alita. Oneida Arevalo.
Hi, my name is Oneida Arevalo. I am a mother of 3. I'm also a parent leader with Innovate for Public Schools. I'm here today to support the translations resolution. This resolution will be a way to empower parents who don't speak English to advocate for their children's rights and needs. Parents have the right to get documents translated in their language and also get them in advance, especially for assessments for special education. I want to thank everyone who supports this resolution, especially Commissioner Matt Alexander. Thank you for being a champion. Thank you.
Thank you. Julieta Miranda. Julieta. Julieta. We can hear you.
¿Ahora sí?
Sí.
Ahora qué. Ok, gracias. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Julieta Miranda y tengo hijos en la escuela Bryan y Hoover y estoy aquí para apoyar la resolución sobre la traducción. Necesitamos mejorar los servicios de traducción, no solo en las juntas de educación especial, sino también en eventos escolares y del distrito. De esta manera, los padres se sentirán bienvenidos y que forman parte de esta comunidad. Yo me siento frustrada en momentos cuando voy a la escuela Hoover porque ahí no hay traducción y yo no hablo inglés. Entonces no puedo comunicarme, no me siento a gusto porque no hay nadie enfrente pudiéndome atender en mi idioma. Entonces para mí es muy importante que puedan pasar esta resolución y agradezco a todos por ese apoyo. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Julieta Miranda, and I have children at Bryant and Hoover. And I really want you to pass this resolution because we want parents and to feel comfortable when they go to school or when there's any public gathering at schools, or if it's any like special ed meeting. And for example, when I go to Hoover, I don't feel comfortable or welcome because no one there speaks my language and I don't speak English. And so I want this not to happen again. So I really want you to please vote on this resolution because we need more people to help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Fedorko.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Fedorko. I'm a special ed teacher at Sutro Elementary School. I think like maybe 45% of the families I work with need interpretation and translation. And I totally support this, except district practices do not support this. As a teacher for special education, I don't get prep time in the same way my other teachers do. I barely have enough time to eat my lunch some days. So like, how on earth am I supposed to get documents ready 2 weeks in advance of a meeting so that they can be sent to interpretation and translation? Like, we need the district to structurally support special education teachers so that we can get our families the information they deserve. Because right now we are totally unsupported. I just got a spreadsheet that I have to fill out to justify the existence of my job as a full-time job next year when I already have 20 students on my caseload. So the district, y'all need to do better if you want to support things like this.
Thank you. Cynthia Segura. Cynthia Segura.
Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Ok. Estoy aquí también. Mi nombre es Cintia Segura, perdón, y estoy aquí. Tengo una hija en el grado 12 de la escuela Lowell. Soy madre líder con la organización Innovate Public School. Estoy aquí para apoyar la resolución sobre la traducción. Esta resolución sería una manera de empoderar a la comunidad que no hablamos inglés a saber exigir nuestros derechos, porque sabemos que es ley estatal que se traduzcan todos los documentos y haya interpretación en las juntas, pero también sabemos que esto no es el caso. Por eso tenemos que trabajar juntos para que se respeten los derechos de los padres de familia. Esta resolución puede cambiar la vida de las familias que no hablan inglés, especialmente las que tienen hijos con educación especial. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Seguro, and I have a 12th grader at Lowell, and I'm also part of the Innovate program. And I want you to please vote on this resolution and pass it. This is very important for our community, and you're giving us voices and empowerment. And I know that this is a state law that documents and meetings, especially those meetings that they're regarding special education, are required by the state to be translated or to have an interpreter for. So I really want you to vote on this resolution and help our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mirna Vasquez. Mirna. SFUSD PAC.
Thank you very much. This is Michelle again with the Parent Advisory Council to the SF Board of Ed. And I just wanted to lift up and elevate all of the voices you've heard today of families, especially those with students with IEPs. An IEP process and meeting can be confusing enough when you're doing it in your native language. And I speak from experience on that. But to have to do it in another language, and I echo the words that Lee Fisher said regarding we really need to make sure that we're not leaving it up to interpretation about extending those times. And I know that's a burden on staff. I recognize that, but this is their children's education. In addition, I do want to also lift up the voice of the special education educator that you heard this evening from Sutro. I've known many special ed teachers in my time working in out of school time programs, and these folks don't get enough time to do the mountains of paperwork that they're required to do as part of supporting our kiddos. And so they really, really do need that support if this is going to be a realistic expectation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Rosa Mendoza.
Buenas tardes. ¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí.
Buenas tardes, soy Rosa. Bueno, yo tengo una niña de 8 años, va en segundo grado, tiene un IEP, va en la escuela en Glen Park. Yo soy líder de Innovate, estoy aquí para apoyar, para pedirles que pasen, por favor, que pasen la resolución de la traducción que el comisionado Alexander apoyó en base a lo que escuchó de nosotros, los padres de familia. Yo necesito entender los documentos de la IP de mi hija. Como siempre los mandan tarde y las evaluaciones muy difícil de que las traduzcan. Bueno, de antemano, muchísimas gracias.
Hello, my name is Rosa Mendoza, and I have a 8-year-old who attends the second grade at Glen Park. And I want to also thank Commissioner Alexander, because based on what we told him, the community, he was able to help us with this resolution. I also want to say that it's very hard not to have all these documents, for example, IEPs, that they're actually translated in my language, or when they come pretty late. And so I don't think it's that hard to translate them. But anyway, I want you to vote on this resolution, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Janae Cobb. ASL interpreter, this is for Janae Cobb.
Is Janae Cobb currently in the call?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the Spanish interpreter, and this is what Janae Cobb says. I got stuck with frozen video and no input with the video. ASL interpreters got the same feedback. Can you make sure to become me I can become a panelist? I'm deaf, and I need to ASL interpreters closely. I missed my turn because everyone was frozen on my end. Thank you.
While we're holding, could you please assign the ASL English interpreter T. Santiago as co-host? Thank you.
Yes, and Janae is currently a panelist.
Can you also please make ASL interpreter Kirk Hamlin a co-host as well? Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no option for co-host, it's only host. Santiago is currently a co-host.
Oh, thank you.
And I see we have 2 more speakers. I did want to provide additional time for translation on this item, but we will hear from 2 more speakers and then close public comment.
She's here. Yep. Janae's here. Janae, would you like to give public comment?
So the current interpreter, who is currently speaking, has been searching to find Janae's video, and it appears that Janae Cobbs is still an attendee and is not yet a panelist, and I see no video.
I asked to start video.
Hi, great. Hello. My name is Janae Cobbs. Apologies. I would like to offer public comment regarding ASL interpretation, and I wonder whether this is to be considered, whether this is a board meeting topic. I know that ASL isn't used very frequently, but I do want to make sure that ASL doesn't get forgotten or left off the list. I do want us to, and I do want to acknowledge that we are few in number among our staff and students and family members, but we need to make sure that we don't prioritize only spoken languages. We need to include ASL as well. Just wanted to say that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chris C. Final comment.
Thank you. I'm Chris Klaus. I'm a SPED teacher at Washington High School. And I just wanted to speak to some of the difficulty for me as someone who writes IEPs and who has to hold the meeting, process the paperwork myself, submit it for translation, and ask the family for consent for something that is created in the meeting. So I can't translate it myself in that moment. But then I'm told that I have to affirm and attest an IEP within 7 days when it takes 2 or more weeks to get it translated. And when you affirm and attest it, if somebody spots a mistake, you have to do an amendment, which is more paperwork and more translation. And we're not doing a good job of fulfilling the needs of our families that don't speak English as their primary language. And we're making the best of the situation that we have. But we need a lot more support and a lot more people working for the translation department, especially for the written translations, to get things done faster, because it shouldn't take so long for them. We can't start new IEP services without consent. And please just help. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. President Lopez.
Thank you for that. As mentioned, I wanted to provide additional time for translation. Now I'm going to open it up to a discussion amongst student delegates and board commissioners. Are there any questions or comments on this item before we vote? I'm also looking virtually.
Okay. Yeah, so I wasn't able to attend the meeting, but I have been having the meeting where this was discussed, but I wanted to add some specific language to this, to amend this, and I spoke with Commissioner Alexander. One of the things that I've consistently heard from families is that, especially monolingual families, is they don't always understand that they have a right to participate in their children's education. And that is definitely important in an IEP meeting, but it, I believe, needs to also be called out in parent orientation meetings and in PTA meetings and things like that. And regularly, there are families that don't know that they can request interpretation services. And I think some schools do that very well, but some schools actually, as some parents said, end up excluding monolingual speakers from participation in their children's schools. So based on that, I talked with Commissioner Alexander, and we would like to introduce an amendment to this policy to include some of that specific language.
So thanks, Commissioner Collins. So I'm not sure exactly, because we did have just a brief conversation about this. So what I wrote was something that possibly could be added to section 3. And so this is for discussion, and I would love to get General Counsel Houck's thoughts on this too. And I'm looking at the amended version as recommended by the Rules Committee. And actually section 3, school-wide events, the language is a little confusing anyway, so maybe we can take this opportunity to correct that, because I think there was a mistake. The phrase "as well as meetings of the school site council" was added in, I think, the wrong place. I don't know if everyone can see that, but I think what Commissioner Collins was suggesting was adding PTAs and community meetings as well in that phrase.
Yes, school community meetings
Yeah.
and orientations.
Yeah, so that seemed fine with me. So I don't know if Council Houck, if you have any thoughts on that.
And if I could just note, I know we've been here before with the issues around amendments and then Legal counsel will likely give their best assessment of that. But I just want to highlight it. It's not sounding like the additional language is going to require a whole process, but as a habit from the board to bring up the amendments before so that the public can also have time with it. So noting it, but I do want to hear from legal counsel around the additional language. It might be helpful to hear it again so that we know what we're discussing.
I guess part of the problem is that normally we would just read it and then say where we wanted to add that specific phrase, but this item number 3 is actually written that it needs to be revised because the actual sentence is incorrect. It states school-wide events, schools are encouraged as a best practice to provide interpretation for school-wide events sponsored by the school or district if 15%, as well as meetings of the school site council or more of the school population speaks a language other than English. So the way that that amendment was inserted into this sentence is structurally incorrect. So it makes it difficult for Commissioner Alexander and I to just insert the language in a way that we could read to the public, because this is actually, we shouldn't approve this, without that. It's just syntactically like wrong.
And President Lopez, I totally hear what you're saying. And so, like I said, Commissioner Collins asked me before the meeting, and so that's why I do want to ask legal counsel's opinion on it, because it didn't seem like it was hugely substantive to me. But again, if it feels like it needs review, like this has been through, we've been working on this since December, so I'm okay with holding off and coming back at a later date if necessary too. I just want to be clear about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Alexander. The issue I actually see, I think it's not a problem to switch that clause to where it appears that you intended it to go. The issue I think is more budget than legal. So if we expand this from the definition that you see on the proposed policy to all school community events, I would be concerned that that's going to have a significant budget implication that the board should consider before adopting. So if that's the direction of the board to take this back to add that language, then I would want it referred to the budget committee so that you could be fully apprised of the implications of the change.
Thank you. Then I'd like to comment on that. That actually, I did email Commissioners Bogus and Alexander on this specific point, because according to the Education Code, it states that parents are guaranteed the right to participate in their children's educational experience. And it specifically lays out that parents are allowed to volunteer and also participate in events. And specifically, it calls out parents whose primary language is not English shall have the opportunity to work together in a mutually supportive and respectful partnership with schools and to help their children succeed in school. And so a lot of the ways that parents do that is through PTAs and through school-wide events. And I have literally been in meetings where I had to request translation and interpretation at schools where 40% of the population spoke a language other than English. And so as a parent, I shouldn't have to ask for that. And I'm hearing that that practice is still fairly common. And that's why I think we had so much public comment on this evening. So I do think it's an important budget conversation, but it's also very clear to me that it feels like staff is making a decision to eliminate language in order to protect the budget. And I think whether the district has the money or not, I think it's an item that should be transparent, and it's something that the public should have the opportunity to chime in on if there are so many families in our district that are basically being excluded from participation in their children's education. And I also want to note that this is a state law, that parents have a right to participate, and that state law is referenced on the website, but the link actually does not lead to the state law on the website. So even though we say that we are supporting parents in knowing their educational rights, when we link to that item, it actually doesn't show parents where that link is. So that link needs to be fixed if you can fix that as well. And then also post those rights on the website so that parents can see what the legal rights are based on the state of California. So I'll, obviously defer to Commissioners Bogus and Alexander to see how they want to proceed, but I will continue to advocate for parents to have translation and interpretation in PTA meetings and also in parent orientations at school sites where 15 or more % of the population speaks a language other than English.
Yeah, my suggestion would be to not make the amendment now, especially also because I think Lee Fisher also made some interesting comments around the language. I mean, I think there's ways the whole policy could be improved, but I wouldn't want to delay passing it because parents have really worked hard on this. And so maybe we can, if commissioners are amenable, to just vote on it as is tonight, and then we could always come back and make adjustments. I don't know if Commissioner Bogus, you have thoughts on that, but.
Yeah, I would second that. And I'd also say maybe we can make a commitment to schedule a conversation at the budget committee about kind of how we're resourcing this policy and kind of the fulfillment of it, as well as get the additional questions answered around kind of what kind of fiscal commitments we should make if we really want to ensure that we can provide it, this service at all the school site council meetings, and kind of what we need to shift to kind of make sure we're following what's kind of set out by the state for us to do.
Well, and just to, on that point, I think one of the reasons that the budget, we did discuss the budget implications at the Rules Committee in December in some detail. And as you know, we talked about it a little bit at the last meeting, but I think the point that Ms. Fisher made around the looseness of the language, I think is actually related to the budget. Because if we're really precise and say we're gonna definitely provide this at every meeting, the budget implications grow, right? So I think the sort of flexibilities, shall we say, in the language also means that we have the flexibility, if the budget becomes too great, to perhaps not provide the interpretation, right? So I think there is, just to be real, I think there are trade-offs here, again, this really originated from parents, and what they were saying was the most important thing is to get this codified. Like right now, we actually don't have a policy on interpretation and translation that's written, and so this is codifying. A lot of this is already current practice. Some of it actually improves our current practice. And so I'm just deeply grateful to those parents for advocating, because that's really where this came from. And quiero decirle gracias en particular a los padres que hablan español, que han empujado mucho para esta póliza, para que tengamos un póliza escrito para traducción y interpretación. And so I just wanted to really thank those parent groups and say, I think I think this is a really important start. And then, yes, I agree with Commissioner Bogus that we should kind of come back and say, like, to what extent can we really, like this issue, can we translate written IEP documents in 2 weeks and really make that a commitment? And what do we need to do to support teachers to do that? Right now, that's hard for us as a system, so.
Can I please respond to that?
I also think Commissioner Lamb has a comment, and then we'll be able to wrap up.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Alexander. I think, given that we have had this resolution go through the process, from policy rules, we had discussions around budget implications, while certainly someone who fought for language access, was an advocate for many years, we know that this work never stops. There's consistently of how we must, as a district, do better in order to engage with our families, particularly our monolingual and limited English proficient families and parents. And so just stepping just a second aside from the amendment considerations before us, just wanted to name just how important it is also to have the parent engagement, language access at the high school levels as well. I hear often that, we have a tremendous focus in supporting when our families enter into our elementary schools and our systems, but I've been hearing consistently, even from families who, when their children enter high school, that they still really want to be engaged, that navigating, what college access looks like, high school graduation, but still feeling very disconnected after many years of being a parent in San Francisco Unified. So with that, just wanting to stress and thank the community and the parents who have put in the time and work putting this resolution together. At this time, I do support the approval as is. I think overall, as a board, we have talked about practice and the importance around our practice of amendments, going through legal, and then certainly if it has a budget implications, because again, we do not want to set up false promises to our community if we pass resolutions, don't have a funding mechanism to deliver on those policies. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, I appreciate that. And I also want to recognize that when it comes to an IEP, that shouldn't be a budget issue. It's a legally mandated right that students with disabilities have a right to services, and that those services are not, students are not excluded because their parents don't get translation and interpretation. And so while I think if we're talking about providing interpretation and translation for parents to be involved in PTA meetings, I think that's for us as a board to interpret what that involvement, the law says that a parent's language shouldn't prevent them from being involved in their child's learning. It's up to us to determine and I guess interpret what that means. And so that is a discussion for the board. At the same time, I think when it comes specifically to fulfilling a child's IEP, that should not be a budgetary decision, that whatever is necessary in order to allow families who speak languages other than English to participate in the IEP process is actually not a budgetary, like we decide to do it or not. It's actually legally mandated by the law. And so I do want to just draw that distinction and also appreciate this conversation. I think it's a really important one. I really appreciate, I think all of us as commissioners have consistently advocated for families to have more access, and there's definitely a lot of improvements I've seen, and there's also a lot of work to do moving forward. And I guess I will support this policy based on the fact that I do think that the IEP issue is an important one. With, I guess, the other thing that I just wanted to note is I'm noticing that this education code that is referenced is a perfect example. Even if we link to it properly from the website, it is only in English. So parents actually, even if they followed the link to find out what their legally mandated rights are to be involved in the education of their children, on the California website, it's in English. So I'm making the request, I guess, right now, if parent rights, education code, Article 1, General Provisions 51100-51102 can please be included on our website so that parents can see them in their primary language and understand their rights from the California Ed Code. Is that something that we can do? I just want a commitment for that.
I can certainly follow up with our legal office to make sure that we're linking to the right thing on that page.
No, not linking, actually placing it on our
translating,
webpage because it's English only is what we're linking to.
Right, and our webpage does have
Our webpage allows
translation,
us
so
to translate.
yes, we can look into that for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just hearing that the majority of the board would like to move forward as is to codify the policy and then, of course, continue the discussions that we're having tonight. I'd like to move forward with that vote. And also just noting the need for editing in the section that's included on tonight's agenda. Roll call.
So voting as is, the resolution as is. Yes?
With the correction, there's a need to edit the language.
The correction that,
No, there's just a typo.
Yes.
okay.
I think General Counsel Hauk understood that typo issue, yeah.
I understand, Commissioner.
Did we have a motion in a second?
Oh, I'll move the policy as amended from the Rules Committee.
Second.
Okay, I'm sorry. Student Delegate Lamb?
Yes.
Student Delegate Liang,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Collins,
Yes.
Vice President Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
and President Lopez.
Yes.
6 ayes.
Great. Moving on to section F. A reminder to the public, I moved an item on the agenda under D1 to F1. The first item will be hearing under section F is the tentative agreement between San Francisco Unified School District and United Educators of San Francisco for 2020-2023 successor agreements. Can I get a motion and a second for this item?
So moved. Second.
Superintendent Matthews?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Superintendent, if I could just interject. President Lopez, with your permission, we'd like to present item 1 and 2 at the same time because they are both related. So the first item would be the tentative agreement and the second item would be the staffing stabilization.
Can you just share why, just your thoughts on that? And it's also, it's noted incorrectly online, so it might be confusing.
Right, we were seeking to have the board, and I apologize, this may have been lost in translation from the last meeting. But we were seeking to have the board discuss and consider the 2 items together, but vote on them separately. They are 2 different agreements, but they were negotiated at the same time and are interdependent.
I am now remembering last week what we were going to set up for this meeting. So I will call the tentative agreement between SFUSD and UESF and staffing stabilization for 2021-2022 and 2022-2023 memorandum of understanding between SFUSD and UESF together. We'll hear this together, hear from public on both of these items, and then discuss. We will have a separate vote for each, though. Can I get a motion and a second for both of those items?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Superintendent Matthews.
So presenting these items will be Daniel Menezes.
So good evening, Commissioners, President Lopez, and Superintendent Matthews. The recommended action, I'll just combine them, is to approve the tentative agreement and the staffing stabilization plan between SFUSD and the United Educators of San Francisco for 2020-2023 successor agreements.
Thank you. Let's check for public comment on this item. Of course, adjusting time for any translation. And we will not go more than 25 minutes.
If you would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand.
Buenas tardes. Por favor, levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Esto es con relación a los rubros entre el Sindicato de Maestros y el Distrito Escolar Unificado de San Francisco. Gracias.
如果你想對呢個暫定協議同埋人員穩定計劃發表意見嘅話，請而家舉手，總共係會有25分鐘嘅。Thank you.
Thank you. So this is for item F1 and F2. President Lopez, we have 6 items in total, 3 for F1 and 3 for F2 that were emailed in for public comment.
Thank you. That will be heard after we hear from the public who's attending currently.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca? Rebecca?
Hello, sorry, you didn't unmute right away, so I think that could be part of the problem. My name is Rebecca Fedorko. I'm a special education teacher at Sutro Elementary School. Considering the impact of this item, I would suggest you have more than 25 minutes for public comment. It's really frustrating to like sit here and have to even make public comment. Why is there a board meeting happening when we aren't getting paid? There is kind of one thing you expect from a job. I do labor, you give me money. Right now, that's not happening. It's really hard to like move beyond that and contemplate more things. We're talking about laying people off, but we're not even currently able to accurately pay employees that you have right now. Why should we go into work tomorrow when people aren't getting paid? Why should I be sitting here at 7 o'clock on a Tuesday night giving public comment when I'm $650 short of my paycheck? This is just legitimately absurd. Please fix, empower.
Thank you, Rebecca. Allison White?
Hi, yes, I'm a San Francisco school teacher, and I want to know, how can we guarantee that we're even going to get these blood money bonuses when Empower is not paying us correctly? We're not being paid correctly by SFUSD. How can we guarantee that we will be getting these bonuses next year for the laying off of our colleagues when our paychecks aren't even accurate currently? There are SFUSD teachers who've been teaching night school who have not been paid at all, not even a single penny for their labor. So I'm wondering, how can we even trust that anything, any of these bonuses are even going to hit our paychecks and hit our bank accounts when all of these errors are keeping people from being paid correctly.
Thank you. Erica Jungus? Erica? Gina Skur? Gina Skur?
Unmute. Hi, I'm Gina Scher. I'm an SFUSD teacher and San Francisco resident. I'm here to urge the board to approve the tentative agreement between SFUSD and UESF. The union membership has already approved it. It's time for the school board to do the same. While the bonuses in this agreement are helpful to all teachers, I want to draw everyone's attention to the necessary pay increase for the substitute teachers. UESF and SFUSD work together to make sure this agreement would help solve the substitute shortage crisis affecting every single school in this district. I've been shocked and saddened by the cynical predictions that somehow this agreement will cause high schools to cut AP classes. There's nothing in this agreement that would cause that to happen. This agreement assures that high schools will get the funds they need to pay for the cost of those classes. And I would expect the board and the superintendent and the high school principals to ensure there are enough AP classes to meet the demand. And I'm here to urge you to please approve the tentative agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris C.
I was muted after unmuting. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I just have a couple of questions for the district and for the board. This tentative agreement has caused a lot of confusion and concern amongst educators at different levels. And I think that there has been different sets of information, and we're not really sure what to do with some of the different sets of information. So my questions around this are, how are the sites receiving cuts thanks to the loss of AP funding to their site budgets going to pay for the services and supports for students that are usually paid for with the surplus from those budgets after the AP preps and the stipends for the teachers teaching a smaller AP class? And can SFUSD or will SFUSD confirm publicly how many, if any, teachers at the high school level are being laid off, consolidated, or moved around as a result of cutting the AP prep, additional prep period for AP teachers? Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Jungins.
Hi, you can hear me now. Thank you. I think Chris Klaus had a great question, and I would like to hear likewise. But this is my opportunity to make my spiel. So the tentative agreement was approved by the USF members, and it guarantees a real pay increase for us substitute teachers. And also for the first time ever, it would grant equal bonuses to paraprofessionals, security guards, and substitute teachers, as well as to certified teachers. It would help those of us who do not get paid after the summer months and also after holiday breaks. So many paras and many subs max out their credit cards and or they rely, like me, rely on charity of family members to go through those difficult weeks right after the times when schools are closed. So those bonuses described in the TA, they will help ease some of the hardship for paras, for subs, and for security guards. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Nancy Gribler.
Good evening. I am the wife of an honors and AP math teacher in the SFUSD. He has taught for 18 years at Lowell High School. He won't be laid off. My husband works 7 days a week in order to properly prepare and teach students. He teaches AP courses and is given one prep period. Dropping the AP prep period will result in losing up to 30 new teachers at Lowell. Classes will get larger, students will get less instruction and attention. Is this backdoor deal made without proper communication the only option for helping the budget deficit? I think not. Let's get creative. One more comment. Why are two dramatically fired board members allowed to even weigh in on this topic? Please recuse yourselves and resign tonight.
Monica Flagger.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just logistically on the agenda, those two items were separated. Will we have 50 minutes for comment, public comment? I know there are a lot of parents that are really, really upset about this and feel that their voices need to be heard. How will that be adjusted in terms of combining these two that on the agenda, they were not combined? And also, parents that emailed in as per the requirement before 2 p.m. had to list which agenda item they were emailing in on. So how will that affect how the comments are taken by the board? Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Cal Kinoshita.
Hello. Firstly, I implore you all to weigh very heavily the incredible student public comments from last week's board meeting. Public comments that are still not viewable to the public because the video was not uploaded to the SFUSD website. This agreement only has detrimental impacts on students. You're firing qualified, essential teachers who have profound relationships with the students they teach. You're firing our young, fresh teachers, the next generation. At Lowell, for example, one of the most supportive teachers I've ever met, and the BSU sponsor is likely to get let go because he lacks seniority. In his short time at Lowell, he's already had an incredible influence over the lives of students unlike any other teacher I've ever met. These cuts would also likely lead to a loss of funding for the Wellness Center and peer resources. The only people who students can turn to when they face experiences of bigotry and sexual violence when our administration leaves us high and dry. Please vote no.
Thank you. Carrie or Kari?
Legally. I think that they
Hello, my name is Carrie, and I am a teacher at Rosa Parks Elementary. I am calling in support of the TA, the tentative agreement, and the staffing stabilization measures. And for all of the reasons already noted, and I do want to note that UESF did hold multiple town halls to gain input from members about these issues. And so our voices have been heard. The vote has been cast, and I urge you to approve the TA and the staffing stabilization measure to move on. Thank you.
JP?
Hello. I would like to say BOS just voted on recall elections, and Lopez and Collins needs to resign or at minimum abstain on voting on this element. My junior is currently scrambling to make sure her graduation requirements will be met. Classes are being cut as we speak. And because of this, you will further reduce enrollment in SFUSD, which will further exacerbate your budget problems. Shame on you, ESF, SFUSD, and BOE. Look at the stats who voted. How many people from UESF actually voted on this? This is not education-centric, labor-centric, community-centric. Bonus in this context is disgusting. The bonus is at expense of colleagues and education inclusion, diversity, and spending money for special issues while you gut high schools and make sure that the high schools degrade. Shame on all of you. You can do better.
Thank you. Augie?
Hi, I completely agree with the previous caller. Two things. I really don't understand why board members that were recalled would even be allowed to vote on anything. Voters' rights should be acknowledged and respected. Secondly, bonuses at the expense of student experience is insane. I mean, really, a one-time payout at the expense of students is not something that we should aspire to at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellie Meyerson?
Hi, my name is Ellie Meyerson, and I'm a sophomore at Abraham Lincoln High School. As a person with Japanese heritage and learning about my culture through the Japanese language program, I was very concerned to hear about the recent proposal to cut 5 out of 7 middle school and high school Japanese teachers. I would like, sorry? Sorry.
That's item F3. We'll get to that in the agenda shortly.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought it was F2.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, caller. I'm not seeing a name here, but a phone number. 7032.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, hello, good evening. This is Louise Whitlock. Last week, Allison Collins put out a video on Twitter telling everyone that the proposal to telling everyone that the proposal tonight to gut AP classes across SFUSD high schools was specifically done to target and hurt Lowell High School. This news is outrageous and shows that this deal between the teachers union and SFUSD is shady, corrupt, and likely illegal. It not only deeply hurts Lowell and its budget, it hurts all of its students and its laid off teachers. It also hurts all SFUSD high school students whose schools offer AP classes, as well as their school budgets and their laid off teachers. You must vote no on this tonight. Instead, you need to investigate how this proposal was developed, who was involved, and were any political favors involved, since the teachers union strongly supported both Collins and Lopez in the recent recall election. This is a shady deal. Please vote no. Thank you.
Michael?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. I'm the guy that brought up the Brown Act violation last week. Tonight, I'm asking the 4 continuing board members to please withhold your vote tonight for the agenda until the new board's in place. It's very possible that the two outgoing commissioners violated AB 992 of the Brown Act as recently as last week, like a previous caller said, by retweeting each other's social media posts within subject matter jurisdiction of this board. As a reminder of your training back in September, AB 992 prohibits even two, not a quorum, but two board members from discussing board policy on social media. Their violations are putting your work at risk. So along with 75% of San Francisco voters opposing their involvement in any more decision-making, I'm asking you to please continue your voting to a later time. The layoff issues can wait 1 to 2 more weeks. Maliga tried to distance his voting record from the others at the 11th hour, but it was too late for him to survive. So please continue tonight's agenda until new board members are in place before casting your votes. Thank you.
Thank you. Dina Yoshimura.
I got it.
Hi, my name is.
I got it in.
Hi, my name is Dina and I'm a teacher at Lowell High School. I'm calling because I have some concerns that the board is being misled. We're all being told that we're not going to be cutting any AP classes, that all AP classes are secure, but money is being cut and money pays for AP classes. So beyond the $3 million that pays for the AP preps, which will lead to the layoffs of teachers, there's still $3 million additional dollars out there that hire teachers that teach AP classes, that teach electives. So AP Japanese, AP, all these language courses, elective courses, AP psychology, courses that are not A to G, that don't meet the minimum A to G requirement, that are going to be cut. We're going to lose classes.
Thank you. Jeremy Greibler.
Hello, I'm Jeremy Gribler. I'm a math teacher at Lowell. I hope you can hear me. One thing that I'm wondering is why you didn't consider offering to add 2 or more years of service to the state teachers retirement system. This encourages senior teachers to retire, and many districts do this, okay? Rather than the chaotic process you have chosen to lay off junior teachers and then possibly rehire them back in May. Also, and I'll echo what other people said, why we have 2 commissioners on the board voting who have been recalled by an overwhelming majority of SF voters. These commissioners should follow the example of Commissioner Maliga and resign out of respect for the voters of San Francisco.
David.
Yes, I probably will be another voice, but it seems to me that the honorable thing for Mrs. Lopez, or for Ms. Lopez and Mrs. Collins to do would be recuse yourselves, since the voters have removed you from office. You say you adhere to the tenets of democracy. Well, the voters have spoken. So please do the right thing as your fellow Commissioner Maliga did, and don't vote on this. And to those who remain, I would ask you to vote no on this for the reasons that have just been mentioned. Saying that you'll have AP classes without money to prepare for them is the same thing as saying that I'm going to have a Ferrari in my driveway tomorrow without paying for it. It won't happen. And this is clearly a swipe at Lowell, as 26 of the 62 layoffs in the district will be at our school. Thank you.
Thank you. H. Kelly.
Hi, excuse me. My name is Hava. And the first thing I want to say is I feel I'm just a parent, that the information that is out there is really difficult to follow. I really don't know what to make of what really is going to happen. So I don't know what's going to happen tonight, but I would ask that the district and the union and the BOE provide clarity. The community is obviously receiving different information. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is, the first information I'd like to know is, in fact, will it impact the students on the ground? I think that that should be the priority. And I really need more information than what has been provided. The second thing is, I support bonuses and higher pay for substitutes, but I suppose I'm confused why the two was combined. I'm having a hard time following that, and I just want to understand better. Thank you so much.
Stuart?
I was going to comment on a different item.
Right now we're on items F1 and F2. Would you like to give public comment on F1 or F2, Stuart?
No, thank you. I'll wait.
Thank you. Dawn?
Yeah, hello, thank you. The public is very confused. I'm SF resident, Balboa graduate. We don't understand what's happening, but we do seem to think there will be cuts in the AP classes. This will mostly hurt your lower income families. A kid who graduates with AP credits can either graduate from college earlier or have a reduced workload or school load, so can work. So you're going to hurt the people you say you mostly care about. We need to encourage excellence as much as possible. And I do agree, I'm sorry, it is inappropriate, Ms. Collins and Ms. Lopez, you were voted out from 75 to 79% voted out, and you were voted in from 13% to 15% of the voters. And I think it is not fair, and all due respect, I know you have a hard job, but I do not think you should be voting. Also, why are we cutting, and yet you just voted for an increase of $450,000 to get a new commission? It makes we're confused in the public. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sherry Zal?
Hi, my name is Sherry and I'm a senior at Lowell High School. I'd just like to urge you all to vote no on the TA with the union today, because the truth is that thousands of students will miss out on unique classes and programs that have helped me and so many others find their way through high school. The truth is that thousands of teachers who have been helping students and have been there every day this year through these incredibly hard times will lose their jobs. I firmly believe that we cannot exchange our students' academic experiences and well-being for material gain and one-time bonuses. So I hope that as a district that claims to support students and put them first, that we will uplift students and teachers by providing opportunities for them to learn and grow instead of cutting them. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hanlon?
Hello. I want to point out that I am a high school teacher in SFUSD, and I want to point out that the union is not telling the full truth. The town halls on the TA were after the TA had already been accepted by the district, that despite their many claims that no teaching positions will be lost, 60 high school teaching positions will be lost. And teachers were being told today, you will not have a job in June. This is going to affect our low-income students. I have had so many students who live in SROs, who live in Bayview, who live on the east side, who use taking AP classes as a way to get to college, to know that they are college ready. It is also, thank you.
Jeff Lucas? Jeff Lucas?
Sorry. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. AP prep funding is odd. Other districts don't have it. I understand why some may feel it is not needed. There are signs, however, that AP prep funding is bearing a lot of weight and that blindly removing it may cause a house of cards to fall. AP prep funding far exceeds the costs of providing for AP prep periods. So where does the excess AP prep funding go if not to AP prep? Good question. Example, June Jordan receives AP prep money. They don't have any AP classes. Allow more discussion on understanding and fixing AP prep funding. This significant change to high school budgets is rushed. Approving this resolution does not need to happen today. It's not needed for budget balancing. Reject the MOU and allow for more fact finding. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Patridge.
Hello, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Teresa. I'm a parent and I'm a teacher at SFUSD. I am talking on behalf of June Pissarro today, where my daughter is currently a first grader. I am really confused on how nobody has talked about we're losing 25 kindergarten classes throughout the district, one of them being possibly next year's secondary kindergarten class. We have a teacher that has been working extremely hard with the first graders and the kindergarten classes last year, who might lose her job or their job because we're being cut a kindergarten class. Please do not accept this contract. Please let all of our teachers continue to teach there.
That's 25 minutes, President Lopez.
That was not 25 minutes.
Thank you for that. I did want to set aside some time to hear the written comments that were sent. We'll do 10 minutes for that.
Okay. There are 3 items for F1 and 3 items for F2. Starting with subject F1, special order of business. I am writing to object to the above agreement between SFUSD and the teachers union. In a time of budget cuts and belt tightening, we should not be pitting teachers against each other and causing serious impact to our students when they lose their teachers. The impact of the cuts is stark, and the district should be doing everything it can to keep all of our teachers. Paying the teachers that remain a one-time bonus is cruel and divisive. Our students deserve better. The board should vote against ratifying this agreement and come up with better solutions that will serve our students better. Becca Barlow. School board. The current proposal would lead to a $2.6 million cut from Lowell, which would be approximately 20% of the annual Lowell budget and force Lowell to absorb 40% of the total SFUSD cuts. The next closest high school in magnitude of cuts would be Lincoln at $710,000. These cuts are painfully unfair and would permanently damage Lowell and SFUSD. Lowell programs that have taken decades to build would be blown up in a single year. SFUSD would suffer because Lowell is why many families choose SFUSD. Dismantling Lowell will have the very predictable outcome of decreasing enrollment, ultimately leading to decreasing state funding. While I absolutely agree that the huge majority of SFUSD teachers deserve a bonus for the amazing work they've done in unprecedented times during the pandemic, I strongly disagree with providing bonuses to some while laying off others. In these tough fiscal times, we should be coming together to minimize layoffs for all teachers. When we are in a better fiscal position, then we should focus on bonuses for all teachers. Say Lee, parent of 3 SFUSD kids. The next comment, major decisions about SFUSD funding, such as staffing stabilization for 2021 and 2022 and 2022 and 2023, MOU between SFUSD and UESF, staffing stabilization funds should not be made at tonight's board meeting when 2 short-term board members are involved. Decisions about such hugely impactful issues should be held off until new board members are sitting at the table. Jane Lavelle, parent of 2 SFUSD students. The next are items from F2. On behalf of my students and younger colleagues, and as a teacher at Lowell High School with enough seniority to not worry about being cut, I am writing to request you vote no on this tentative agreement. If the goal is to hit Lowell the hardest with budget cuts and make the school much less desirable for any students to attend as a shell of its former self, then do vote yes on this item. Many high schools will be hit hard by this TA, but Lowell in particular is singled out. I'm concerned people in the SFUSD community who voted for this TA did not have the correct information in a timely manner. My understanding is that this TA, when coupled with the district's other cuts, will lead to a 20+% reduction in Lowell's site funding, which, as you know, means a 20+% reduction of staff. How are we to teach and support an overcrowded school bursting with students when we have less than 20% of our teachers and support staff? If cuts are to hit classrooms, shouldn't they hit schools that have seen a decline in enrollment, leading to a need for fewer teachers and staff support? This TA does not do that. It creates the biggest budget cuts for schools that have maintained their enrollment. I urge you to vote no. Thank you, Dr. Brian Martin, National Board Certified Science Teacher, Lowell High School. Ms. Lenoff, please forward my letter to the Board of Education. Dear Commissioners, please vote no on item number 2, tentative agreement between San Francisco Unified School District and United Educators of San Francisco for 2020-2023 successor agreements. I am distraught by the sudden cut to the AP funding for high schools. While estimates to the number of jobs losses vary from Dr. Matthews' optimistic estimate of 35 positions to a more realistic estimate of 60 positions, 6.7 million divided by an average salary, there is an agreement that this provision in the tentative agreement will cause genuine pain and job losses. The principal at my school expects to let about 20.
I'm sorry, this is interpreter. Could you read a little bit slower?
Yes.
Thank you.
Expects to let about 25 teachers go, roughly 20% of our staff. He has begun making appointments to inform all the affected staff. It's a grim situation and unparalleled in my 30+ years of teaching. I don't feel that our union membership understood the severity of cutting the AP funding. No one on the union bargaining team taught at a school that offered AP classes. Our union has repeatedly denied that any jobs will be lost due to this agreement, even though our superintendent has said there will be. I ask you to vote no on the tentative agreement since it's not in the best interest of our school district and will cause lasting harm to our high schools. I was pink slipped from my first teaching position in Oakland, though no fault of my own. The Oakland district was going through financial difficulty, and the experience of being let go was genuinely traumatic. When I applied to SFUSD, I believed I was moved to a more stable and better managed school district. I suspect many of those who will be affected by this tentative agreement will look for positions that offer more stability as well. Art Simon, computer science instructor, Lowell High. Item F3, this is from Alexandra Anderson. Resolution to decrease the number of certificated employees due to a reduction in particular kinds of services. I am writing to oppose budget cuts of the Japanese program.
That's the other, that's this item.
That concludes the written public comment.
Thank you for reading those into the record. So as a reminder to the public, we have now heard items 1 and 2, tentative agreement between SFUSD and staffing stabilization. I'd now like to open it up for discussion between student delegates, board commissioners. Student Delegate Lamb.
I wanted to check to see if this is the right time to do so, but I want to make a motion on the floor to extend verbal public comment on these 2 items for 10 minutes because I have received a lot of messages from students saying that they were at the bottom of the list, or at least from my view, I can see that they're at the bottom of the list, but there are a lot of students that want to make their remarks, and I want to honor that. So I'm making a motion, if this is even possible, to extend public comment for 10 minutes.
I'm not sure if that is a motion that can be taken up. I've already expressed the time that we have given to these items. I'm certainly opening it up to the board, commissioners, if you want to contribute. But I'd already previously shared this. You can, as a student delegate, read items that you'd like to share in your personal comments, as I mentioned to you previously.
So if there's a motion, is that allowable?
At a minimum, it would need a second, Commissioner Lamb, and I'm checking your rules to see if another commissioner other than the president may make a motion to extend the time for comment. Commissioners, your rules don't specifically address whether or not other commissioners may extend the time, including the student delegates. It does specifically allow for the president to shorten or lengthen time on any given item.
Yeah, I'll second.
So thank you for clarifying that. It is clear that it is up to the president of the board. As I mentioned, that was the time that I set. I do want to respect students who want to share on the items that are here. So I can extend the time by an additional 10 minutes per request from our students. Again, student delegates, you also have the capacity to share these thoughts amongst the board. We can open a public comment.
Thank you, President Lopez. I appreciate it.
We're opening up public comment for students to share on this item. Interpreters, can you please repeat that in Spanish and Chinese?
Buenas noches. Por favor, levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. El comentario público solamente es para los estudiantes y en relación a este tema que estamos abordando. Gracias.
大家好，而家呢個公眾發言時間係開俾學生嘅，咁如果你係學生嘅話咧，就請舉手。呢個公眾發言時間係開俾學生嘅。Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Jungas.
I'm not a student. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Doug Bullard.
Yeah, I'm not a student either. I'm the director of the JROTC program, and I didn't realize. I thought this was F3.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're opening this up to students. If you are a student and you'd like to give public comment, please raise your hand and I will call on you. Again, if you're a student. Hannah Chicory.
Hi, I'm Hannah Chicory, and I'm a student that attends Lowell High School. Since the past day, since last week's Tuesday meeting, students have been planning to say goodbye to their favorite teachers and courses. To you guys making this decision, this budget cut will just be numbers on a paper, statistics to get right. In reality, this budget cut will devastate several relations between students and teachers alike. You guys will be destroying communities of safe spaces, support, friendship, confidence, and experience. New teachers we have now bring diversity and new fresh perspectives of their lives, the world, and education as a whole. I'm concerned about my Black student union sponsor and chemistry teacher, Mr. Cho. He has been not just an amazing chemistry teacher who clarifies confusion a student has, but has been an emotional support to many individuals in BSU. He has advocated for us and helped us through difficult times, and if we lose him, we'll be devastated, sad, frustrated, and broken. Please vote no on this.
Carmen Liang,
I think it is here. Let me see.
Carmen Liang.
Hi, my name is Carmen Liang, and I'm a student at Lowell High School. These budget cuts you are proposing are going to remove many enriching elective classes, possibly art and orchestra, my favorite classes. There are students like me who are passionate about art and design and want to pursue it in college and as a career. If you remove the classes that will help us get there, you're cutting off our ambitions and limiting our opportunities to have successful futures. Orchestra has been a part of my life for 6 years, and I love the class so much. And part of that is because my teacher, Miss Feroci, is super awesome and has made such a positive impact in my life in her first couple months of teaching. These classes are what makes school fun and interesting and what students look forward to each day. And you're taking that away from us. You should care about what we as students value and what makes us happy. If not, you're failing us miserably. Thank you.
Thank you. Aubrey Chicory.
Hi, I'm Aubrey Chicory and I attend Lowell High School, and I just quickly wanted to say, don't take away teachers who are making a change at this damned school. These newer teachers who are on the chopping block are mostly the ones who care about their students and want to see us grow as students and as people. As my sister has stated before, and as I have stated before, our beloved BSU sponsor, Mr. Cho, is at the risk of being chopped, and I cannot imagine a high school life without him by our side. I'm pretty sure other students have their own Mr. Chos who are also hoping that the board votes no on TA because they can't risk losing a trusted adult, or rather what you call a friend. Please vote no. If you truly cared about supporting students and bettering schools, don't strip away people who help us.
Thank you. Norma.
Hello. I'm a student at Burn High School, and I want to talk about the cuts to JRTC program. The JRTC program is an important community for students that teaches confidence, companionship, responsibility, and leadership skills. It allows students to be themselves and have a loving community students might not have elsewhere. If the JRTC program is cut, it will not allow students to have that community and will make them feel less involved with schooling and also with their community. Thank you.
Thank you. Dorian.
Yes, hello. My name is Dorian, and I'm in the NJROTC at Burton High School. JROTC is the program that has no substitute.
Hi, I'm sorry to interrupt. The extension of the time for students was on the both two items that we just heard, staffing stabilization and the tentative agreement. And then we'll be wrapping this up so we can begin discussion.
So should I wait till the next section, or am I good? Or just
Yes.
leave? All right, see you then.
Pradipti.
Hi, my name is Pradipti and I'm a JRTC student leader from Lowell High School.
JRTC Pradipti.
Would you
We're
like me to
actually
wait as well? Okay.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. Aaliyah.
Hi, my name is Aaliyah Hunter. I was on here the last meeting and I was at 555 Franklin last week. This decision is making me anxious and it hurts. I am a student at Lowell High School and I just want to say, please listen to students. The choices you are about to make impact students' future, and I'm going to say this again. This will impact students' future and students' education. Please think twice about your decision. Please don't lay off these amazing teachers. We will be letting go some really great teachers. One teacher is Mr. Cho. I wouldn't be where I am now if it wasn't for him. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. Again, there has to be another way. I've said what I have to say. Thank you for your time. Please vote no.
Thank you. Sophia Lopez. Sophia?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi,
I'm Sophia Lopez, a junior at Galileo High School, and I'm enrolled in the JROTC program. I'm here to urge the board to reconsider their plan to cancel the program at Galileo and several other schools. This program has been...
Sophia, thank you. That's not the item we're speaking to right now. We're on item F1 and F2.
Okay, my apologies.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Zhongxing? Zhongxing, I will need to promote you to panelist so that you're able to speak.
Hi, I'm Zhong Xinyi, a student at George Washington High School. Few days ago, I heard that Japanese teacher from school received.
Zhongxing, thank you. We're on items F1 and F2 on our agenda right now. We'll get to that later on in our agenda. And you can make public comment about that item then.
Yes.
Thank you. Cal?
Hello, I'm also a Lowell High School student, and this is really just a last-ditch appeal to the humanity of the board. You hear all these students get on here, some of them borderline crying, Black and brown students, and general student body complaining that the only teachers that they've ever felt truly support them in their endeavors. For example, the only teachers that I felt have truly supported student organizers in our attempts to host walkouts for sexual violence. You're sitting here and allowing them to be fired, stripping the comfort away from marginalized students. That is not humane. As people, as educators, many of you former educators, as adults, many of you with children, how can you do this to not only the teachers, but to the kids who are being negatively impacted by this agreement, who the union and the board does not seem to want to talk about? This is having real effects on the students that you all claim to care about as a, quote, student-centered district. You cannot pass this agreement if you care about students.
Thank you.
Okay, that now ends public comment. I believe we are now hearing from commenters who have made several comments on this item, and I'd like to open it up for discussion amongst the board. Student Delegate Lamb, is your hand raised to begin the discussion?
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to, first of all, thank you for honoring that motion on the floor. I know that a lot of students wanted to make comment on this, and last week when we had this meeting, there was an unprecedented amount of student public comment, and I just want to make that known. I also want to acknowledge that a public commenter mentioned that that recording is not online, or it is, but it's not linked at the usual spot. And I want to make that known and note that so that we can fix that, so that we can refer back to those public comments as well as the rest of the meeting agenda from last week. But I digress. You can tell that this means a lot to students when you have that sort of turnout. And I mean, I commend all the students that came out and said their piece. And I'll say it, I'll say what I said last board meeting on the 8th. We claim to be student-centered. Agnes and I sit in the middle of the dais. Actually, today, ironically, we're not there. But these cuts, specifically referring to the AP cuts in this tentative agreement, impact the students the most. And we bear the brunt of the burden every single time. And so I want to kick off discussion with this question. I'm wondering how many teacher consolidations there will be as a result of removing AP funding from the tentative agreement.
Sure, I can answer that question, Commissioner Lamb. Thanks for the question. And I'm going to call on my colleague, Kristen Bajur, who's the Chief of Human Resources, to provide more information. But from the analysis that we have done, and the further out we get in the spring, the more accurate that analysis is. We're projecting something like 35 consolidations as a result of the implementation of the tentative agreement. However, we are also projecting that 0 of those consolidations will lead to layoffs. I think it's confusing because there are multiple things going on at once. Like there are budget reductions and layoffs happening at school sites, but the reduction of the additional prep period for AP teachers is not going to cause any additional layoffs, but it will cause consolidations. But Chief Bajor, are you there? Can you chime in if I got that wrong?
I am. The number is 39. 39 consolidations are what we're anticipating.
And sorry, a follow-up to that is, do those consolidations, does that 39 number consider just the amount that's allocated for AP funding, or does it also include the discretionary funds that are allotted to schools as well? For example, I mean, I speak as a Lowell student, and I know the sort of implications that has, but at Lowell, we have around 1-point-something million that is discretionary, aside from the money that is directly for AP teachers. So in total, there's a little bit more than what is needed for the AP prep periods. And I'm wondering if those discretionary funds will lead to any consolidations, for example, in electives and things like that that are not AP classes. Is that clear?
So,
sorry.
Delegate Lamb, the estimates that we have from principals are, that's 39 consolidations across all schools in SFUSD. And those are the principal's best estimates of the number of positions that would be reduced based on the elimination of the AP prep period. And they're each doing their own estimate and calculation based on whatever their allocation was related to the AP prep originally.
Thank you for that clarity. And so when a teacher is consolidated, are they guaranteed a spot at another high school? And yeah, let's just start with that one.
Yeah, so like Chief Menezes said, we're not anticipating any layoffs in any of the any of the credential areas that are affected by the consolidation of educators because of the elimination of the AP prep. So those teachers we anticipate absorbing those teachers into other open positions elsewhere in a high school in their credential area.
So I have a follow-up to the follow-up to the follow-up, but what happens if there is, for example, a single credited teacher or a single subject teacher, and there is no opening in the district for the subject they teach? Are they still guaranteed a salary at that point?
They are.
But that means that they are no longer teaching their single subject class at their original site. Is that correct?
Yeah, if the position gets, if our estimates are incorrect, right, and we're making estimates, right, because schools are in the middle of site-based budgeting right now, and they're figuring this out as we speak. If we're incorrect and we end up with a teacher who in a specific credential area without a position, and we have not done a layoff in that credential area, then we owe that teacher a position somewhere teaching what they're qualified to teach.
I would add a little bit of context there in case it's helpful, because I used to sit in the role that Kristen is in, which is that over the course, so even when that, that has happened in years past where we've consolidated a person that we didn't have a position for. And every year that that's happened, by the first week of school, they've been absorbed because we receive resignations all throughout both the summer and actually the first couple of weeks of the school year. And so it might mean that there, so if this were to happen, which we're not projecting, the people in that position would very likely find a position by the first day of school the following year. I hope that helps.
That definitely helps. And I guess this is sort of one last question, and I'll try to make this as clear as possible because I know that it's super confusing. But well, actually, let's start with this. Will there be a loss of either AP or elective courses as a result of this tentative agreement passing?
I'm going to call on Assistant Superintendent Sanderson if he could chime in on that question.
Thank you. At this time, we do not anticipate that there will be a reduction in courses, but as you know, and I often say this, that student course requests are what drives the master schedule, the graduation requirement, and student course request. So I don't want to say that there will be absolutely zero, because if a school offers an AP course this year and there are very few or no student course requests for that course in the coming year, then the school does not offer the course. So it's based on student choice and student course request.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I guess, sorry, this is the last maybe 2 questions. I'm just trying to make sure I get it completely clear. So if there are consolidations at the site level, how do we guarantee that that means that there are not less classes being taught? If there are less teachers, how do we guarantee that there are not less courses offered at that school?
I'll be glad to answer if you would like, Daniel. So just to give you kind of the scale of what this looks like, let's at the district, across the district right now, we pay for 174 prep periods. So that is next year, if this agreement passes, then that will be 174 periods that we will now be able to offer students classes. Let's bring it down to Lowell, since that seems to have a lot of questions. At Lowell, we currently pay for 59 teachers to have an additional prep period. That will be 59 periods in the master schedule that teachers will now be able to teach classes. With those 59 periods, I believe that we will be able to meet the student course request and demands on the master schedule at Lowell.
Then this is the absolutely last question. So when, and I have some understanding of this, where they're teaching 4 classes currently, if this were to pass, they would teach 5. How do we guarantee that when we consolidate a teacher, let's say in a single subject or a very specialized subject, as many people have brought up, either like a non-A to G requirement, that that course still gets picked up by a teacher that is credited to teach that course, if that makes sense? So for example, if there were an art teacher that gets consolidated, how do we make sure that there is an additional teacher, or how do we guarantee that there is a teacher taking on that additional 0.2 and that they are qualified to teach that class, and make sure that that class, that art class, for example, doesn't get lost?
I'll be glad to respond. So we are obligated by California Ed Code, and we are audited annually by the California Commission of Teacher Credentialing. We have to assign teachers in their credential area to teach courses. We don't have a choice in that. So in order for us to offer a course, we have to have the appropriately credentialed teacher. And if a course is on the master schedule, then we would not consolidate the appropriately credentialed teacher that is there to teach that course. Consolidations are based on programmatic need, and they are also based on the credential area. So those 2 things are the drivers.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I turn it over to the rest of my colleagues.
Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Commissioner Bogus and Commissioner Collins.
I was wondering if staff, just because there's been a lot of comments about the AP prep period, if we could just share a little context about how that ended up within the contract, and how reflective is that language of other contracts kind of across the state. And that was my first question. I have some more.
So Commissioner, my understanding is we were the only district that we could identify in the state that offers an additional prep period to AP teachers. I believe that they are the only teachers in the district that receive that additional prep period. And that includes, all sorts of other teachers with the exception of department heads. Department heads do receive an additional prep period, but that is for kind of the administrative work of being a department head. Can you repeat the other question that you asked, please?
I guess I wanted to also just know, is it regular practice for an AP prep period to be included in the contract language? And I guess what is different here is the extent that it is, or is that also something that typically isn't within the contract, or is that typically
so
within the
because
contract?
we're the only school district that we know of in California that has this additional prep period for AP, I mean, it is in our contract, but it's sort of hard for me to answer your question, except to say that I think it is rare, but only because we're the only district that does this. Does that make sense?
No, that does. Thank you so much.
Sure thing.
I was wondering if staff could also talk a little bit about how the prep period is being used across the district, and just kind of how that, if that is a consistent practice across multiple sites, or if there's a lot of variation from site to site. And if so, kind of what are those variations of how folks are kind of utilizing that existing prep period?
I'm gonna ask Assistant Superintendent Sanderson if he could answer that question.
So when you look at the contract language around preparation periods, that is at the teacher's professional discretion for them to make judgments. So we have not done an inquiry as to what is the time being utilized in the prep period. And I would think that we would need to take that to the bargaining table if we were to ever start to have those discussions with teachers.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess additionally, I'm just curious if in regards to the change in AP prep funding, just looking at the different sites that offer APs, and just being able, I guess for me to just get a difference of like what will be the difference at the individual sites as we move forward. I know that some of that is going to be reliant on planning at the individual school sites, but just kind of knowing that this shift is coming, like what are we kind of expecting to be different, or we can signal will be different for students and families at their school sites? I'm kind of understanding the disproportionality of availability of AP classes previously.
I'll be glad to answer, Commissioner Bogus. I just want to give you a perspective of being a high school principal, okay? When I sat in the seat of a high school principal, every time that I considered offering an advanced placement course in my master schedule, I had to assume that I would need to allocate $23,000 out of my budget to pay for that prep period. What is happening now is that if this tentative agreement is passed, then schools will not have to sit in the seat that I sat in, and will not have to consider that every time that they offer an advanced placement course, they will have to allocate $23,000 for a preparation period. What that will lead to, and I will give you some specific examples. We have some of our schools, which are larger schools, such as Washington, Galileo, and Lincoln, that are going through retirements or through resignations. They are not going to need to consolidate any teachers. We have some of our smaller schools, and I do want to point out in my analysis of advanced placement courses, we have some smaller schools that the only way that they have been able to offer advanced placement courses is they've had to dip into their weighted student formula general fund to pay additional money for these prep periods. Now these schools will not need to do that. And they will be able to offer the same, if not more, AP classes, because now they do not have to pay the $23,000 needed for the additional preparation period.
Thank you for that. And so I guess for me, I would just highlight that regardless of kind of how we feel about the outcome, it definitely feels like this process wasn't one that engaged school communities and people who would be directly impacted. And I know it's kind of a different dynamic to talk about that in regards to AP programs, which are typically accessed by students who are doing well in our district. We also have, I think, similar issues with students who aren't doing as well in our district, of really making sure they feel seen and included in the decision-making process. And so for me, it's just really important that as we move forward, we find ways to open up the collective bargaining process, to invite more community members, students and families to be a part of the table, and really to be able to represent their interests as well as the interests of the union and the district as a whole, and really make these processes more transparent because they have such big impacts on our students and families. They really deserve a seat at the table, and really to be able to shape these policies to make sure they work for everybody in the district. And so thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues for asking the questions, because they're pretty in line with, and thank you to staff for the last couple of weeks and engaging with me around the many questions I have, and I will also continue to ask. So as far as what has already been asked, do we know then what sites are going to have to do in order to adjust to the decrease in their budgets outside of the AP prep? Because our understanding is that there has been this discretionary funds that the high school sites have relied on. If we can share with what we anticipate, I know that this Saturday is also the school summit planning, but I'd like to ask that first question.
Assistant Superintendent Tanderson, can you answer that question?
So thank you so much, Vice President Lamb, for the question. Earlier, when Chief Bajor gave the number, I believe it was 39, is that correct, Chief Bajor, of the number of consolidated we anticipated?
That's right.
So even with that number, and that was our initial analysis, that number has reduced. So I did that analysis with principals last week, and that number has reduced even as budgets have been released. So that is our best estimate based on information that we had a week or so ago. But as of right now, I know the numbers really reduced because I've had a number of sites reach out to me and tell me that through the resignation process or through the retirement process, that they are not going to have to consolidate any teachers. I do know that the school with the greatest impact, and when you look at the AP prep period analysis, will be Lowell with the greatest impact, because Lowell received $2.6 million in funding for advanced placement prep. They used approximately 1.3 million of that to actually pay for preps. And I don't want to use this word lightly, but because I think some people may think that, but there was a $1.3 million buffer or cushion in the Lowell budget from the AP prep. So it will be the one that is greatest impacted, but it will be consolidations and should not have an impact on the programs that the school is able to offer. And I'm not sure if that answers your question. I am more than happy for a follow-up clarifying.
I think it was more about, we've been hearing about how sites, in addition to Lowell, that clearly is going to be most heavily impacted. And we've heard, the percentage of 20% impact, but other sites that you may have been working with and working with their principals about how that decrease in budgets and what kind of programming will be impacted. And I think Student Delegate Lamb also raised that kind of along that thread as well. I mean, ultimately, I'm trying to get at is truly, what is the student impact going to be? We know that we are having to make hard choices and tough decisions. And Mr. Sanderson, you know where I'm coming from. We've talked a lot and extensively about this.
Yeah. Well, so let's look at student impact from two angles. One, at some schools, it's going to be a positive impact because there are schools that were not able to offer a diverse array of advanced placement courses before, and now they are going to be able to offer at least what they have now, if not more. So there is the potential for those schools to be a positive impact. And then there are schools, and I will use the example of, again, Washington, Lincoln, and Galileo, which are our schools that are around 2,000 students. We're not going to see an impact on student programming at these schools. And I believe at two of those three, I do not want to name them tonight because I want that community to have the opportunity at the school site summit, which is the whole purpose of this. But there are at least two of those that I don't believe will have any consolidations to their staff. So there will be little, if none, impact to student programming and little or if none, no impact to consolidations.
Thank you. And I just want to be able to note publicly that the offerings of AP classes are important. They're really important to the experience of high school students. And that is why we're seeing the public engagement from our students, from our families, from our educators around the discussion of, are APs going to be impacted? Is there going to be a net loss of those offerings? You know how passionately I feel about high school. It also helps that I'm a parent of two high school students, both a freshman and a senior. And I get to see firsthand the choices and decisions that they have to make, and they live by the SFUSD policies and priorities that this board and our superintendent and staff make. And that high school is truly, I call it the final mile. It's the last mile, kind of like broadband access. It's that last mile that we have with our students in their journey with SF Unified. And either it be going straight to a four-year college as a first-generation college applicant or graduate, and oftentimes it is so many of our students who are low income, who are first generation, and that opportunity of college access. While other experiences might be students going on to City College or going through our CTE pathways. But first and foremost, those programs are still also hobbling along, that we have not been able to fully realize the dual enrollment or the CTE that for many years we've been continuing to grow. So I think what this is sparking, continues to spark for me since I've served on the board, is the importance around our high school experience and that promise of that Vision 2025. And so this is why you hear so passionately from me, from the community, when there is a risk of that impact. And AP courses are one avenue, of course, of that college access that our students count on. So with that, I just also want to acknowledge, and perhaps this could be, if staff wants to respond to it, but I do think that there's something to be considered around the high school enrollment that I think we have to, as a board, monitor very closely. So the fact that one student is, on an annual basis, estimated about $12,000, of the funding that we receive through the state, and through a course of 4 years, that's about $48,000. And so what we must do is ensure that and that's where we see the matriculation in our district, right? From 5th grade to 6th, to our middle schools, then from middle school to high school. And I think it's going to be imperative as we continue to have to address the structural and intensive budget deficit, that I don't want this district to go down an enrollment spiral, a student enrollment spiral, because that will then not build the confidence with our students and with our families that we are able and continue to strive to provide the best quality public education possible. I saw that firsthand. You'll hear me say it time and time again with Oakland Unified and our dear colleagues across the Bay and what they're having to struggle with right now, as well with City College losing 40% of their student enrollment since the accreditation crisis. So this is something I just I'm calling for my colleagues to really monitor that we have to put that in the forefront. And that in addition to the student enrollment and that potential loss over time, is that then how are we going to be able to really look at proactively where we can continue to have the educational experience of student outcomes, social emotional learning, and ultimately for the students to be prepared. And I'm a person that believes in 100% college access and college ready. So I'll pause there and I hope my colleagues will chime in for additional questions or dialogue.
Commissioner Alexander?
I have a quick follow-up question and then a comment. Assistant Superintendent Sanderson, I really appreciate your comments earlier and explanation. I think it was really helpful to clarify. Just as a quick follow-up, you mentioned that at Lowell, the discretionary aspect, I guess, as people are calling it, of the AP funding was about, I think, half, about 1.3 million, if I remember correctly. Is that the case at most schools? Is that how it plays out?
Sir, it is not.
Sorry? Do you say
no, it is not.
Oh, it is not. How is it so how does it play out at other schools? What portion? I mean, you can see there's a lot of confusion around this. Even as a former high school principal, I'm not sure I understand how it plays out at different schools in terms of which part of it goes to the AP preps and which part of it gets to be used for other programming, you know?
Is it acceptable to you that I give 3 examples in a variety of schools?
If my colleagues don't mind, I would appreciate that.
Okay, here are 3 examples. And this is referencing funding for the 2021-2022 school year. Washington High School was allocated approximately $671,000, and they used approximately $433,000 of that to pay for prep periods. That left them with a balance of $237,000. Let's shift to a school like Mission High School. Mission was allocated $138,000. They used $151,000 to pay for AP prep periods. Therefore, they were required to take $13,000 from their weighted student formula to make up the difference. I will use Burton as my next example. Burton was allocated $329,000. They used approximately $239,000 to pay for prep periods, and they have a leftover balance of approximately $90,000.
That is really helpful. Thank you. So in essence, when the school community decides to offer more AP courses like Mission did, the impact is greater. And in that example, they had to dip into other funds. And so then they have less remaining. Am I correct on that?
That is correct, sir. That is correct.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, that's really helpful. My sort of comment then is just, I think, as the public can tell, there's a lot of confusion. One of the public commenters mentioned this too. And I think I think Assistant Superintendent Sanderson has done a really good job of kind of explaining some of the impacts and how the impacts seem to be very particular to each school and each school community, depending upon how they've decided to allocate their funds. I think there's also 2 overarching things happening. One is this AP prep issue, and the other is the layoffs and budget reductions based on enrollment reductions, and they're happening at the same time, so it's causing a lot of confusion as well. The AP prep issue, as people have mentioned, there's no other district in the state of California that does this. Here in SFUSD, we don't offer an extra prep period for teachers of English language learners. We don't offer an extra prep period to teachers of special education students. Most of our elementary teachers don't get a prep period often, but depending upon how the school works. So I think it's been well known that for a long time, this extra prep period for AP
has been an inequitable practice. My preference as an educator would be to give every single teacher in the district an additional prep period. Unfortunately, we can't afford it. And I think this 1 year pause on the AP prep is a reasonable thing to do in a fiscal crisis, to be able to do retention for educators instead. And like I said, the prep period in essence was never something that AP teachers anywhere else got and other teachers didn't get. So that is, I think, is really reasonable. I think the challenge comes that as several people have pointed out, that schools, because of the way this formula worked and the way the money was distributed, schools are being impacted in different ways. And so I think I just want to highlight that also relates to the overall amount of money that goes into the pool of weighted student formula. That is a more equitable, much more equitable formula than the AP funding. But as that pot gets smaller, then everyone's budget goes down. And so I think that's the other thing we're facing right now. We have these enrollment-based cuts, and I think we've had disagreement about how to make those cuts, right? So some of us have been arguing to make the cuts to upper management and keep them as far away as possible from the schools. And we'll talk about that, I think, a little bit in a minute when we discuss layoffs. But so if, in other words, if we were to keep more money in the pot going to schools overall, these schools would see less of an impact, even if we remove the AP prep. So I just wanted to make that comment as a distinction around this as well.
Thank you, commissioners. Just want to see if there are any other comments. Commissioner Collins.
Thank you. I do very much appreciate this discussion, and I'm really grateful to Student Delegate Lamb for asking questions, and also Commissioner Bogus for answering questions. I think it's really important for the community to understand, and I think it is something that we haven't really discussed openly as a board, because I think it is a very charged issue. And I also really appreciate Mr. Sanderson's work in kind of explaining everything. And I'm hoping that when we really look school to school, it's kind of hard to see unless you see the numbers. And so I just wanted to be clear that what we're talking about is a funding model that gives SFUSD schools more money based on how many students take AP classes. That's basically the funding model that we're talking about. And it's been baked into the contract with the union. So that's why we call it the TA, which is the tentative agreement, is this. And so whenever we've wanted to make changes in the budget, because that was already written into the contract, it was always money that couldn't be discussed. As a part of other, when we're discussing budget balancing, we have a lot of variables we can talk about, but anything that's baked into a contract, the only way for us to change that is to go back into bargaining with our labor partners and change it. And so when we've had issues in the past, even before we were on the board, where there's budget concerns, if you want to touch those dollars, you have to engage in opening up negotiations, which is another layer of complexity. And so that's why this conversation has rarely come before the public, I think, in this way. But this funding model basically means that schools that have students that are more likely to take tests get more money. Not the students that need the money the most, or not even just based on a model of just number of students. It's basically students who take tests. And so that means other students who also want to take classes, like Commissioner Lamb mentioned, we have career technical ed programs and things like that. They don't receive those extra dollars.
I'm having issues
Not on anything. Okay. All right. So I just wanted to read, this was, I think it was, like Lowell High School is the largest high school in the district, so they have the most students. So they should technically receive the most money. But they also have the most AP students, and they receive $2.6 million, whereas a school like the Academy receives $113,000. And so I think one thing that I think would be helpful for the public, a school like the Academy is a much smaller school, so you can't really compare apples and oranges, but I think it would be really helpful for the public to see per student, what does that mean on a per student basis? And so I guess all I'm asking is that depending on, after this meeting, I think there's still going to be a conversation around this topic. And I would like for that to be visible for the public, for folks to be able to see the discrepancies in funding that we've had around this funding model. Does that make sense? Does that, anyway. So anyway, I just wanted, Superintendent Math, is that okay for us to share, like really specifically, like some of the work that Bill Sanderson has put together? If there's a way to make that accessible to the public, that's what I'm asking for, in a way that's easy for them to digest.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, this is a very tough topic and it's very confusing, obviously. But what isn't confusing to me is the inequity in the funding model for AP Prep. And it's historically been an issue, and Commissioner Collins is correct. You have to reopen the contract to deal with it. And over the last 20 years that I've been involved or not involved, being on the board from 2001, 2009, every time we wanted to tackle that in the contract talks, it was a non-starter. So we never got anywhere. And now we have this opportunity. We have to correct the inequity. Assistant Superintendent Sanderson, thank you so much for providing more context and real examples for how this will affect or may affect our high schools. And I do agree we should have it more public, what this amount of money per student at every school means, because some schools don't have any AP at all. So I feel it's an equity issue that has to be addressed, and this is one way of doing it. It's probably not the absolute best way of doing it, but it has to be through the contract process. So since this TA has it in it, and since this was good faith bargaining on both sides, the union and our staff, our labor management team, I think the board should abide by it. It would set a horrible precedent if we didn't abide by the TA.
Any other comments from our student delegates or commissioners before we move forward? Student Delegate Lamb.
Yeah, I just want to make final comments before, and we're voting on both of these items, correct? Or are we taking separate votes?
We will be voting on each separately. Thank you for reminding us.
Thank you. I just wanted to make comments on both of these votes. I think I agree that it is an equity issue, and I understand that there's a serious problem with how this is funded. And I understand sort of also that I want to preface this by saying that I truly think that paras need to be paid more. I think that our substitutes need to be paid more. And so my no vote, as I'm declaring now, before we even vote, is not to disrespect or to, I guess, disvalue any of the work that our paras or our substitutes go through. It's also not to, it's also meant with no disrespect to the union. My no vote comes from a place of, it's hard to understand as we are having this discussion right now, how a reduction in the teaching force will not affect course offerings. And I also want to echo that it has been super complicated and super hard to understand for the public. And I don't see a need for us to be voting on this at this moment. I would like to take more time to look at the individual cases and also to look at how this plays into the general funding, as we know that they're connected. And so I'm voting no because I think that we need to take more time to educate the public on how this affects them, especially since this is such a student-centered issue. To me, this is something that is going to affect us at the site level. And for that, I can't vote no. I can't vote this through because it affects students directly. And we said in December that we would try to avoid anything that would affect students directly. It would be like the last resort. And so this is no different, even if it is baked into the contract. Even if it is baked into the contract, it's still a direct cut or still a direct impact in our classrooms. And for that, I can't vote yes.
Superintendent Matthews, I don't know if you want to weigh in on the timeliness of this issue, considering the March for the summit coming up, and maybe your own views on this issue.
So a couple of things. Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. If we're making these, especially in the stabilization part of these two items, any notifications that we have to make to teachers regarding the possibility of jobs being eliminated, the possibility of, as I said, this is a first step that we have to do that by March 15th. And so that's why this item, well, the time of the item. And Commissioner Sanchez also asked me to state my views. One of the strong drivers of wanting to apply to San Francisco Unified was one of the core value of social justice. And for me, that core value means for students, for staff, it's really aimed at looking at those who need more. It means we're going to do more for. And what that obviously means is we know that the pie is only so big. So there are times that resources have to be shifted. And this actually, I believe, has given us the opportunity to shift resources. And I firmly believe in this direction that we're moving in, if the board so votes in that way.
I just want to say, if we're really student-centered, we also have to think about students who don't attend Lowell and currently don't get Japanese or Hebrew or a lot of the other programs that our West Side, and these are mostly West Side high schools, are able to offer with the extra AP funding. And so I want to challenge folks, if they want to keep this AP funding, then they should provide it on a per student basis, not on a test taking basis, and increase that the dollar amount, like the average, to all schools. And that would blow the budget. But if you wanted to increase, if you care about students at Thurgood Marshall and at O'Connell and at Mission and at Burton and at June Jordan and at Academy, those are all schools that are basically not able to offer Japanese and Hebrew and ceramics and a whole bunch of other classes that our West Side high schools are able to provide with the extra money that they receive from this funding source.
Okay, thank you everyone for sharing your thoughts and your questions. I just want to end this item with my comments and just to express to everyone that again, we are met with an opportunity to correct a decades-long issue around this funding inequity that came to be protected through the contract. I think we can all agree that we don't want there to be any student impact, but not at the expense of the many others who are not offered the same opportunities at their individual school sites. What needs to be corrected is the funding model that legally allows these inequities across the district to happen. And I just want to express to my colleagues that a no vote will allow this imbalance of resources to continue. So seeing no other comments on this item, we're going to again vote separately, beginning with the tentative agreement. I'd like to call a roll call vote on the motion for tentative agreement between the San Francisco Unified School District and United Educators of San Francisco for 2020-2023 successor agreements.
Student Delegate Lamb?
No.
Student Delegate Liang,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Collins,
Yes.
Vice President Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
and President Lopez.
Yes.
6 ayes.
And then roll call vote on the motion for staffing stabilization for 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023 memorandum of understanding between SFUSD and UESF.
Student Delegate Lamb,
No.
Student Delegate Liang,
No.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Collins,
Yes.
Vice President Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Collins, was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Sanchez
Yes.
and President Lopez.
Yes.
Okay, that's 6 ayes.
At this time, I'd like to call for a short break for our meeting to get us to stretch, drink water, use the restroom. We will continue this meeting in 10 minutes. So we'll be back at 9 o'clock. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for this pause. We are on section F. Before I continue, I do want to share with our student delegates, you are excused if you'd like to take this opportunity, but you are more than welcome to stay. We are on section F. And we will be hearing the rest of the items under section F together. But as we just did, voting it separately. So I will read each aloud, and then we will hear from staff and open it up to the public. Item F3, resolution to decrease the number of certificate employees due to a reduction in particular kinds of services. Item 4, resolution establishing the order of seniority for certificated employees with the same date of service. Item 5, resolution to decrease the number of administrative employees due to a reduction in particular kinds of services. And item 6, resolution to decrease the number of paraeducators due to lack of work or lack of funds. I need a motion and a second on all 4 items.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Superintendent Matthews.
Thank you, President Lopez. This evening, presenting on all 4 of these resolutions will be our Chief of Human Resources, Kristen Bourgeois.
Good evening, commissioners. Good evening, community. My name is Kristen Bijour, and I'm your Chief Human Resources Officer, and I am joined tonight by my beloved colleague, Jen Douglas, the Executive Director for Talent Acquisition and Staffing. And we are here to talk with you about the layoff resolutions. And I want to start by saying that I have the honor of leading the Human Resources Department, which is responsible for recruiting, hiring, taking care of, supporting, developing, and retaining a racially and otherwise diverse workforce. Set up to ensure that every day we provide each and every student the quality instruction and equitable support necessary to thrive in the 21st century. I'm new in this role, having served as a teacher in SFUSD, a principal in SFUSD, and other central office roles here in SFUSD, and now this role. And having received layoff notices in my own past in SFUSD and now charged with leading the department in charge of staffing schools and departments, considering laying off employees is the last thing that I want to do. And yet we have a structural deficit, and there's no way to reduce our spending without reducing our workforce, given that 79% of our budget is spent on salaries and benefits of people who support our students in one way or another. This is a follow-up conversation to the conversation that we had, that you all had at the board meeting on December 14th, at which you approved a budget balancing plan. And this is when we actualize these reductions. So as I broach this very complex and complicated topic, I want to name what is sometimes an elephant in the room. If we have to reduce our workforce, where do we reduce? Is it the lowest paid workers, or is it the highest paid management? And I want to preempt this either or thinking and framing, and posit that when facing a $125 million structural deficit, we employ an equity lens to center students, and specifically the students long underserved by SFUSD. Among others, our African-American students, our students learning English, our students with IEPs. And when we center students, both those in our care right now and those who will be in our care in the future, what emerges is a spread of reductions across positions and levels within the organization. And I want to say something very clearly to you all, to the commissioners, to the employees listening tonight, and the public. You're going to see numbers on the screen tonight. And these numbers represent people who have worked so hard for SFUSD students and families before, during, and throughout the pandemic. And I want to speak directly to all employees for a moment. I know that the district's communication has sometimes felt impersonal, and you may have felt disrespected, particularly at moments such as this one. I hear that, and I'm working hard to build a culture that respects all educators and employees through our communication and our action. And I want to say, from my role as the Chief Human Resources Officer, there's no way that we could have persevered through the pandemic, through distance learning, through reopening schools, through the surge, without you. Pandemic or not, I know and see how hard you work. I know how dedicated you are to the learning and positive experience, school experience of your students. And it's very important to me to say to the public that you've carried SFUSD through this very difficult time. My intention in this presentation is to be transparent and compassionate and clear. I want to start by explaining the reductions that you see on the screen right now. You'll see reductions in each broad employee group. So the numbers in the middle column are the worst case scenario of our reductions. Our worst case scenario, for example, will be to lay off 150 credentialed educators. This includes people in specific credential and subject areas, and includes counselors and social workers. The column on the far right represents the percentage of the total employee group. So we propose to close 150 credentialed positions, and there are currently 4,327 people in this group of employees. So the proposed reduction represents 3%. I want to note that one of those 150 people is a Japanese language teacher. There has been a lot of misinformation floating around that we're planning to close or eliminate our Japanese language programs, and this is not true. Based on student demand, we plan to eliminate one of those positions with no intentions to close more positions or any programs. We propose to close up to 47 paraeducator positions, which represents 4% of that population. And some of this number is precautionary, since enrollment projections don't help us anticipate reductions in paraeducator positions like they do teaching positions. We are in active dialogue with UESF about transitioning paraeducators from positions that are closing into vacant positions, since we value and want to keep all of our paraeducators. I want to say that again. We are in active dialogue with UESF to ensure that any paraeducator who gets laid off, who is laid off, gets rehired into a classification in which there are vacancies. We have too many people for the number of positions in some classifications, and not enough people for the number of positions in other classifications. We plan to close 20 administrator positions, which represent 7% of that total employee group. I've listed here the anticipated reductions in SEIU positions and unrepresented positions, but these will not appear on the PKS report, the particular kinds of service report that you have, or will be considered in the layoff resolution. There's a separate reduction process that will happen later in the spring for employees in these groups. You might be wondering why the relatively large percentage of unrepresented management is listed for layoff. This number includes all certificated unrepresented management. All of these employees are receiving a notice that the district may not renew their contract for financial reasons and are currently listed on the layoff list. These are chiefs, both certificated and classified, assistant superintendents, certificated executive directors, and certificated directors. Why are we listing all unrepresented management who are on annual contracts this way? This begs the question that has been raised many times in previous board discussions. Can SFUSD staff and organize central administration differently to further reduce the district's costs while still maintaining its legal obligations and essential services? The numbers on the previous slide, mostly, with the exception of the number of paraeducators, represent our best estimates of how many positions we project to close. But the unrepresented management number is precautionary rather than currently projected. Just as many teachers will receive a precautionary preliminary notice of layoff, so will these unrepresented managers. As promised in previous board meetings, we are in the process of hiring an external consultant to analyze our management structure by comparing us with other similarly sized districts in California. We anticipate having this consultant in place as soon as possible. And we list this large number to preserve the right to make reductions to unrepresented management and to reorganize work based on the findings of the analyst. So I want to be really clear about what has happened so far, what we're asking of you tonight, and where we will go from here. So there is some misalignment in SFUSD between our site-based budgeting process and legal deadlines. As you're aware, right, we use a site-based budgeting process in which schools and their communities collaboratively decide on their site plans, their staffing plans, and their corresponding budgets. This is not how most other districts do it. More commonly throughout the state, staffing decisions are made centrally. We stand by this as an equity strategy in which those closest to students make the decisions about how best to use their resources to support those students. School site plans and budgets are due on March 25th. Nevertheless, we have to meet the state mandated deadline of March 15th to issue layoff notices, preliminary layoff notices. So here in Human Resources, we have used all of the data available to us, including current resignations and retirements, historical attrition, enrollment projections, current vacancies, and central office reductions to make the best estimates that we can about the maximum reductions in positions. Using those data, we've identified the employees that may be impacted in a layoff as determined by seniority. On January 28th, I emailed all of those potentially impacted employees. What I emailed them was not an official layoff notice, preliminary layoff notice, but rather a heads up, if you will, that they may be impacted so that they would know to consult with their union or with us for support. We also shared with UESF the seniority lists of potentially impacted employees. And furthermore, we've held information sessions for potentially impacted employees to explain, answer questions, and provide space for feelings. We're approaching this process with as much transparency, clarity, and compassion as possible. So this brings us to what we're asking of you tonight. As you can see on this slide, we ask you to approve these layoff resolutions to reduce our workforce And to be very clear, approving these layoff resolutions doesn't mean necessarily that people will be laid off. It gives us permission for the potentiality of that later in the spring, which we hope will not be necessary. If you vote no on these layoff resolutions, we will be unable to reduce our workforce later in the spring as needed in order to find balance between our number of positions and the number of employees. We ask also that you understand the maximum position reductions that we're forecasting. This is called the PKS, or the particular kinds of service, and that you support us, you stand with us in being united in approaching this reduction in force with maximum clarity, transparency, and compassion. So if you approve the layoff resolutions before you tonight, I want to preview what will transpire thereafter. We will issue preliminary layoff notices to the employees, not all of the employees on the seniority list, because as Assistant Superintendent Sanderson said earlier, the numbers are changing constantly. The more retirements and resignations we get, that number goes down. We issue those by May to be received by May 15th. We collaborate with our labor partners as we have been doing every week since we've begun this process to resolve issues and hopefully avoid hearings and conduct this process as humanely as possible. We anticipate that the number of proposed layoffs will decrease throughout the spring. The external consultant will provide an analysis and recommendations about reducing or maintaining unrepresented management positions. Following the consolidation process in April, when we place teachers who have rights to positions in vacant positions, we will begin to rescind layoff notices by seniority as possible. And if we end up having to send final layoff notices to create vacancies for more senior educators, we will do so by May 13th. This concludes my presentation, and I want to end by saying thank you again to all educators, past, present, and future, for your tremendous dedication to our equity vision. Not only educators, all employees of SFUSD who all play a part and a very vital role in helping us making progress every day toward our equity vision. You're the heart of our potential as a district to realize our equity vision. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, Chief Bajor. Before we begin our discussion, I want to open it up to public comment on the 4 items under section F that we just heard a presentation on. Understanding that there may be more voices who want to share and that we're hearing multiple items, I do want to make sure we accommodate public speakers. So we'll be doing a minute each. And again, I will monitor depending on how many speakers we have. There will also be time for public comments to be read into the record. There will be 15 minutes for comments submitted via email in the order which they were submitted. Copies of all the 49 email submissions for item F3 have been provided to commissioners in hard copy, and we will also attach them to the minutes in this meeting. So let's begin with public comment.
There are currently
Oh, hi. Was Rebecca Woodruff supposed to go, or because I was asked to be unmuted?
Yes, your name will be called shortly. Right now, we're opening it up to public comment. We can begin. It'll be a minute per speaker, and I will monitor depending on how many hands there are. Currently, there are 21.
Thank you. Can that be repeated in Spanish and Chinese? 1 minute per speaker.
Por favor, levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Este comentario público está limitado a 1 minuto por persona. Gracias.
我哋想對呢4項嘅
議程發表意見嘅話，請而家舉手，係每人係會有1分鐘嘅。Thank you。
Thank you. Yes, Rebecca Woodruff.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good evening. My name is Rebecca Woodruff. I'm a school social worker in SFUSD. We are a group of nurses and school social workers and the Student and Family Services Division, representing the voice of 272 workers in SFUSD. We are here to share with the board and public the impact of moving our positions out of SFSD central office budget to individual school and site budgets. This is a change that we only just became aware of at our division meeting on Friday, February 25th, and one that neither site administrators nor their supervisors were consulted about. We understand the enormity of the budget crisis and agree that cuts need to stay as far away from school sites as possible. That said, in a year of unprecedented challenges for the health and wellness of our school communities, the proposal to eliminate a proven clinical infrastructure that supports frontline wellness staff to do their jobs is short-sighted and will be harmful to the students and families of SFUSD. My colleague Stuart will speak next. Thank you.
I'm actually going to call on Genevieve Evenhouse.
Hi, this is Genevieve Evenhouse. School nurses and social workers have complex and demanding roles that are unique within SFUSD and their school sites. We do not have grade level or department teams to look to for support and guidance. We depend on regular job-alike meetings to provide professional development and also an opportunity to consult and share best clinical practices with our peers. We also depend on being able to call one of our mentors or central administrators in a crisis. These jobs are demanding and have a high turnover rate. Right now, approximately 60% of school nurses have been in the district for less than 4 years, and there are still many schools that don't have a full-time school nurse or social worker. Without centralized support, there will be an even greater turnover of social workers and nurses than we already have. Dismantling a national model of health, school health, and wellness program hurts our students and families. My colleague Teresa will speak next.
Thank you. I'm actually going to call on Stuart. Sorry. Yeah, that's Stuart.
Yes. Hi again. Moving our roles to the school site budgets means that site administrators will be responsible for supervising and advising professionals in areas that they have no experience or training. It increases the exposure to risk and liability site administrators in medical and mental health emergencies. It also means that school social workers and school district nurses will then be evaluated by our administrators rather than our professional peers. As Ms. Evenhouse mentioned, we will lose our job-alikes and support that we've been receiving from central office nurses and social workers. Always, but in particular during the COVID pandemic, the need for immediate consultation on emergent situations involving the mental and physical health of our students is critical. Our administrators can't be expected to wear this hat in addition to all they're already expected to doing for their school sites.
Thank you. Teresa Gundren Rosales.
Thank you. My name is Teresa, and I am a school social worker at the Student and Family Services Division. And I will wrap up our comments by acknowledging that adding more responsibilities to overburdened site administrators hurts our students and families. We ask our services continue to be managed centrally to ensure the consistency and quality of care that nurses and social workers offer. We ask that the analysts being hired to answer the question, can SFUSD staff reorganize central administration differently to further reduce the district's costs while still maintaining its legal obligations and essential services, consider the legal and ethical ramifications of stripping school nurses and social workers of centralized support from program administrators who share their same credentials. This change moves forward will greatly impact the health and wellness of our students and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Essian.
Good evening, President Gabriela Lopez, student representatives, commissioners, and Superintendent Dr. Matthews. I'm Michael Essian, President of UASF. Equity is a focus across this nation, especially in the state of California. The state's focus on equity is rooted in a lawsuit lost by Compton Unified School District in 2015. That lawsuit had an impact on schools in California. The legal responsibility to address trauma is now squarely placed on all schools in all districts in the state. In the face of SFUSD's budget challenges, I want to call attention to the Student Family Service Department and the potential impact of the PKS resolution that reduces the SFSD program administrators by 6 and the supervisors by 7. I imagine this includes the may not renew for the 4 supervisors and 2 program administrators on the agenda earlier. We're clearly aware of the need to make cuts, and it matters what and who we cut. It matters because many of the needs of our most vulnerable students must be addressed outside the classroom setting. Make no mistake, these cuts will clearly impact the ability to support students who need additional support. Please remember our most vulnerable students when it comes to the PKS resolution and the may not renew within the Student Family Service Department. Thank you for your leadership.
Ellie Meyerson.
Hi, my name is Ellie Meyerson, and I'm a sophomore at Abraham Lincoln High School. As a person with Japanese heritage and learning about my culture through the Japanese language program, I am very concerned to hear about the recent proposal to cut 5 out of 7 middle school and high school Japanese teachers. I would like to point out that although there are many other core subjects or world languages that could have been cut, Japanese is the only subject that listed for cuts. This cannot help but make us and many other Japanese American people in the community feel targeted. We shouldn't be repeating history with this kind of exclusion and cultural erasure, especially as we approach the 80th anniversary of the signing of Executive Order 9066, with the incarceration of 12,000 people of Japanese ancestry during World War II. In a city with so many Japanese Americans and a sizable Japantown, it is shocking that Japanese would be the language that is being cut. For students who are learning Japanese right now, many of them have dreams of working in Japan or simply being able to read a manga or watch an anime. It would be truly saddening to see such an opportunity taken away from such dedicated learners. I urge you to reconsider cutting Japanese language classes. Thank you for your time.
Emily Marase.
Yes, good evening, commissioners and Superintendent Matthew. I'm Emily Murase, former commissioner and president of the Board of Education. I take great exception to Commissioner Collins' characterization earlier tonight of Japanese as a language of the privileged. The founding of Japanese language instruction in SFUSD was parent-driven. In 1973, a small group of Japanese American parents successfully advocated for Japanese language instruction in our public schools. These parent advocates were children of wartime incarcerees who the US government forced into desert prison camps for the crime of being of Japanese heritage per Executive Order 9066. These SFUSD parents saw an important opportunity for restitution by the government for the wholesale ejection of Japanese Americans from the West Coast, losing their homes, livelihoods, and physical and mental health. So no, Commissioner Collins, Japanese language instruction is not a language for the privileged, but an essential restitution for one of the most egregious violations of constitutional rights in our nation's history. That is why Japanese language instruction is so important to maintain and continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Alita Fisher.
Hi, everyone. I appreciate Chief Bazur's comments about respecting and honoring staff at the beginning of this this agenda item. In fact, this is not easy. However, I do also feel that it's important if we want to honor staff, we have to be transparent. If we want to honor and center our most marginalized students, we have to prioritize the school-based staff that are most important and impactful to those students and their families. Cutting up to 12 family liaisons will have a devastating impact on family engagement at many schools. For many parents, the relationships they build with family liaisons are a lifeline to the school community. These resolutions have no author, they have no resolution number. The lack of transparency is troubling. The titles of the resolution decrease based on lack of work. I find that insulting. Parents have been asking for years to dig into the budget, to dig into these details before decisions are made. Please work with us instead of making these decisions in vacuums. Thank you.
Thank you. David Ortiz. David Ortiz. David, we'll come back to you. Patricia W. Patricia W.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm echoing the other speakers about the Japanese program. We are a family in the Richmond district and with a Japanese ancestry. And it is extremely important for me to know that our son will have an opportunity to get exposed to this Japanese program. And I understand that it's not a program elimination, but but I still don't understand why the Japanese is the only language targeted for this reduction this time. And we also know a lot of the families with their Japanese connections or Japanese families in the community. And yeah, we are all similarly dismayed by this reduction. So yeah, I urge you to reconsider this. Thank you.
Maria Elena.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, good evening. I'm an alumni from Galileo High School. I remember my years in 1990, 91, 93, and 94 when we would, as students, walk to, as a unified JROTC high schools together to protest and advocate for JROTC to the board meetings and the mayor's office. And, you know, our student, we went to high school with San Francisco's mayor, London Breed, and she was a very much active part of our high school experience. But here we are 20 plus years later, and I'm being asked by our fellow students in JROTC to come and speak tonight to advocate once again for the JROTC program. I have a few questions to ask the board. JROTC saved many of our first gen lives and really catapulted us to think about college because of the experiences. I would like to pose a few questions to the board. Have you ever looked into JROTC, participated in JROTC, went to any of our trainings? What programs in high school have a retention rates like JROTC and success rates for JROTC? And what data do you have that shows that JROTC is an unsuccessful program currently and long term? I currently have 46 of alumni that are on a Google chat right now saying we can't get through and we want to get on. And that's just from a cohort of us. And we can bring hundreds of folks that are still together 20 plus years later. And so I just want to say, you know, keep JROTC. It's a huge program for our students, and also look into the data. Look into the data of what retention rates reflect short, current, and long-term success rates for a program, because we so often get rid of these programs that really impact student success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's time. Jackson Miller.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sweet. Hi, my name is Jackson. I'm an 11th grade student at Abraham Lincoln High School. And this is my 9th year of enrollment in the SFUSD Japanese program. I've chosen to take so many courses in Japanese for the comprehensive and profound cultural and linguistic education it has provided and continues to provide me with. All the Japanese teachers I've had throughout my near decade in the Japanese program have proven that they are genuinely devoted to and highly capable of providing all students with a comprehensive and profound cultural and linguistic education. Without the Japanese program, I wouldn't have the experience of community and belonging that it has provided me with for this near decade. No other program SFUSD has provided me with has ever matched the magnitude of positive impact the Japanese program has. Taking this influential educational and communal opportunity away from students is deeply upsetting, so I implore you to reconsider and save the Japanese program. Vote no on F3. Thanks.
Thank you. Bonnie Makovic.
Hi. My name is Bonnie Makovic, and I'm a classroom teacher. I'm asking you not to approve the resolutions to decrease classified and certificated employees and paraeducators. There must be a more sensible way to reduce the budget. My goal as an educator is to provide every single one of my students with a safe, loving, and rigorous education that empowers them. Unfortunately, this task can feel impossible because my students' needs far surpass that of learning the skills listed on their report cards. We need fully staffed schools so our students can feel safe and cared for while also receiving the high quality education they deserve. My school's full-time RTIF is able to meet with flexible groups throughout the year to help our struggling students read. Our full-time social worker is able to respond to crisis situations, pull social groups, and push into our classrooms on a regular basis. Our halftime nurse is able to comfort students from their recess injuries and call and check in on families who have health-related questions and issues. Our paras and mean monitors help students with and without disabilities find success and comfort at school. All of the above provide mentorship and love to our students every single day. My school and schools across the district need our current personnel and more.
Thank you. Thank you. That's time. Amanda Hart. Amanda. We'll come back to you, Amanda. Philip von Fortenberg.
Oi, von Furstenberg. My name is Philip von Furstenberg. I'm a 15-year-old veteran school social worker. Having worked at schools across the city, I've seen time and again how critical the entire support team is to providing essential services to children and families. In order for a student support team to meet a school's needs, the following individuals must be present: parent liaison, elementary advisor, paraprofessionals, nurse, and social worker. There were 28 executive director, 55 directors, and 23 chief and assistant superintendents who should be considered for layoffs instead of the 400 educators who work at schools. The cost of one chief can provide a school site with 3 full-time experienced classified members. Our students deserve better. It's shameful that the resolution reduces 250 employees to work directly with students and only 10 FT unrepresentative management positions. You're responsible for bankrupting our district and failing to meet the needs of families and students. Congratulations.
Thank you. Amanda Hart.
I didn't sign up to speak. Sorry about that.
No problem. Jeff Finger. Leonel. Lucy Lee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, thank you for this minute of time. I'm a parent of a 6th grader at Presidio Middle School who is taking Japanese, and just full disclosure, we're not of Japanese descent, right? But what my daughter is getting out of this is just an ability to explore another culture, to learn not just cultural values, but also develop a sense of cultural humility. And I just think that in a world where we need to normalize diversity, we need to normalize diversity inclusive of Asian Americans. And I recognize that the value of FSUSD is to provide quality instruction and equitable support. I think when you send that you do send that message with your investment, but you also send that message with your disinvestment. So I would really caution and urge the board to really think about the disproportionate impact that this may have, and sort of beyond the linguistic value of learning another language that Japanese offers in our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Leonel Nacimiento.
My name is Leo Nascimento, teacher at Washington High School and SFUSD alumni. SFUSD proposes to cut JROTC from 4 schools for cost savings. Pressure from the Army for under-enrollment is used to justify these cuts. However, the federal government has placed no pressure on the district to discontinue these programs. Moreover, SFUSD will realize little cost savings from these cuts because it would lose cost share from the federal government to pay instructor salaries. Also, more teachers will be needed to teach redirected JROTC students. There are initiatives afoot to secure additional funding to retain all the ROTC programs. To that end, I asked that the district encourage the administrations at Balboa, Burton, Galileo, and Mission to make JROTC course offering available for fall 2022 semester, so the students can express their interest in the program. When the additional funding is secured, then the programs will be ready to thrive and continue to support our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam? Sam, are you there? I'll need to, this is Christina Maggi. I'll need to promote you to panelist. Christina Maggi, go ahead, please.
I'm sorry, was I on mute that whole time?
Yeah, we can hear you, Christina.
Okay, good. Good evening. My name is Christina McGee, and I want to highlight Ellie Meyerson, Emily Murase, and Patricia W.'s comments. As a Yonsei, a former SFUSD student and a parent of students currently in the Japanese pathway through SFUSD, the Japanese language pathway is very important. It creates a connection between the Japanese American community and the Japanese language, a connection that was severely damaged by the US government through the detention of Japanese and Japanese Americans during World War II. The Japanese language pathway was created as part of that redress. Now, we had understood that 5 of the 7 teachers would be eliminated, but I'm now hearing that only 1 teacher would be eliminated. So I just would be interested now into having more information to explain that discrepancy. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Nunley Willis.
Good evening. This is Sean Nunley Willis, Vice President for Paraeducators, also a paraeducator who received a preliminary layoff notice. And I just want to speak to the importance of keeping paraeducators not only in our district, but at our sites. This has been a year filled with trauma and devastation for our students and our families, and where there are many families and community members who have hard trust with our district. It has been the paraeducators, like our family liaisons, our student advisors, our CHOWs, who are making sure that our children's holistic needs are met. And it's going to be even harder as we try this new normal. And it would be even harder to try to do this without those vital members, and the stress that it'll not only add to our students and families, but to our community members as a whole, and as a school, it'll be really devastating to see. So I'm asking that you please vote no on this.
Thank you. Kirk Whitlaw.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I'm Kirk. I'm a school social worker at Sutro. I wanted to just kind of follow up on what a bunch of my other social worker colleagues said and provide a very specific example. So the proposal to make us central is pretty short-sighted and in some ways unethical. The supervision that I get from both my mentors, so school social workers, and the administrators that I have is fantastic. I can't tell you the number of times that I have called them. In fact, Teresa, who spoke earlier, is one of them. And the guidance they provide is incredibly important and also ethical for somebody who is a mental health professional working with students who are in crisis. So I really reconsider the reorganization of SFSD. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan Otani.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Megan Otani and I'm a senior at Abraham Lincoln High School. As a fifth-generation Japanese American, I want to preserve my culture, and I do so by learning Japanese through my school's Japanese language program, which is unfortunately facing 5 units worth of cuts as a result of the school board's deficit. That's equivalent to losing 1 teacher at every school this program is offered. I'm concerned as to why the Japanese language program is facing these cuts. A petition made by Japanese language students at my school garnered over 3,500 signatures within a few days. This program, without a doubt, is extremely popular. To me and many students and faculty with Japanese heritage, the Japanese language program serves as a way to remember our roots and our history in America. To non-Japanese students, the Japanese language program serves as a means to discover and learn more about new cultures and explore potential careers in Japanese language and culture. Non-Japanese and Japanese people alike are intrigued by Japanese culture, especially in the Bay Area. Cutting teachers from these programs will be detrimental not only to current students, but also to future SFUSD students. I understand that the school board has several priorities right now, and I wish I could share more on the matter, but my time is limited, and so is the amount of information on both sides. Thank you for your time, and I hope the school board can do something about this.
Thank you. Pradipti Lama.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, I'm Pradipti and I'm a JRTC student leader from Lowell High School. JRTC's provided a learning environment giving unique opportunities, especially to students from marginalized communities, thanks to our instructors. Our instructors have been the rock keeping us going through hard times, and laying off our instructors means a safe place being lost for over 700 students in the district-wide. We'd also be losing 4 out of our 7 programs being Balboa, Burton, Mission, Galileo, and the best instructors we could have asked for. So they work so hard to make sure each one of us succeed. So please rethink decisions. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dorian.
Hello. My name is Dorian, and I am in the JROTC program at Burton High School. Our instructors have recently received notices that our program will be eliminated. JROTC is a program that really has no substitute. It provides leadership, skills, responsibility, citizenship, and academic support that you just can't get anywhere else. Bless you to whoever that was. It also provides an opportunity for students to meet other students and introduce themselves to a group that transcends grade level, or economic status, background, or whatever classes you may be taking at the time. Not only does it provide the previously stated resources for the students, it also provides support to the community around us through volunteering at events, everything from the California Coastal Cleanup to helping provide for the safety for the runners at various marathons. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Katie Higgins. Katie Higgins.
Hi, sorry about that. My name is Katie, as you all know now, and I'm a parent of a 3rd grader at J. Sarah Elementary School, and hopefully a parent of a rising TK kid in the J. Sarah Annex for next year. Calling to say that we cannot abandon our teachers who signed on to work at schools during the pandemic. I don't want us to abandon our teachers, period, especially those who have been with us over the years. They've been asked to show up and work with many unvaccinated students, while so many other people were given the benefit and safety of working from home. If you move forward with these mass layoffs now, where will our future teachers come from? How will they trust us? School sites seem to be in crisis, and it's our job as a wealthy city and a state with a budget surplus to invest in our schools and fully fund a robust budget. $125 million seems like a shockingly small deficit in the face of what could be available to our students if the will was there. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick?
Hi, my name is Patrick, and I am a school social worker within the Student and Family Services Division, the Vice President of the California Association of School Social Workers, and the Western Rep for the School Social Work Association of America. I also teach the mandated courses for school social worker at UC Berkeley. I'm calling to emphasize the importance of maintaining centrally supported school social workers in alignment with the National Association of School Social Workers and SWA's emphasis that supervision and evaluation should be provided by experienced, credentialed clinical personnel due to the numerous legal and ethical dilemmas that may arise in our work. There has been emphasis that this may be a budgetary decision to move the funding from centrally to site-based budgets. However, this is not a budget decision. This jeopardizes student safety, places an additional burden on site administrators in order to preserve the positions of over half a dozen newly hired managers and directors who are not only new to our division, but new to the district. I look forward to the report from the analysts to learn what we can reduce in lieu of those who have created, developed, and maintained a nationally recognized health and wellness program that the state has shown a correlation to decreasing student suicide. Thank you.
Thank you. Hillary?
Hi, my name is Hillary, and I'm a coach for the Pathway to Teaching Credential program. I'm calling about the resolution on determining the order of seniority for certificated employees with the same start date of service. We just learned that a random card drawing system will be used to determine seniority for those teachers, with the exception of extra points being added to certain criteria, like teachers at high potential schools or with a bilingual authorization. So I'm asking to please consider adding seniority criteria for the internal talent pipelines in SFUSD, like the Pathway to Teaching program. Of the pathway teachers at risk for layoffs, 59% serve at high potential schools, and 83% identify as teachers of color. This is a district that aspires to be diversity driven. So how are we planning to retain our internally developed new teachers of color who've been working so hard to earn their credential during a pandemic when they are now being told that they may be laid off from the district that specifically recruited them here? So please consider both the immediate and long-term impact of pushing out our amazing multiple subject teachers that we're working so hard to recruit, support, and retain for our students and their school communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 7032. Caller 7032.
Hello. Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I'm a Hi. Latino bilingual bicultural program. And when my child started kindergarten, her father and I and her grandmother agreed that she would benefit by the Japanese multicultural program, which of course included a third language, writing, art, history, tradition. And as soon as she started kindergarten, she did start the language program and even writing in Japanese. And we felt that this really developed the mind and love of learning. Also, I feel we should honor our Japanese brothers and sisters because as many Latinos, they came as farm workers to this country, immigrant farm workers, not knowing the language, not having much education, but willing to work hard. They suffered great persecution, of course, during World War II in internment camps, yet they succeeded making a place. We support their culture. And I am very grateful to the community because it was a great foundation for our child's learning, and she did graduate.
Thank you, Anna. Caller 7032.
Hi.
Hi. Go ahead.
Hi. Oh, it's Louise. Hi, this is Louise Whitlock. Just some comments about the whole budget process that you're going through. You're being really dishonest with people. It's pretty obvious from the whole Lowell discussion that you hate Lowell, which we all knew, but it extends to the entire board. And I was disappointed to see that Superintendent Matthews is also on board with that, and also Bill Sanderson. Disappointing. Looks to me like the whole school board is throwing high schools under the bus, not just Lowell,
but also ROTC programs, Japanese language. And I think that's very unfortunate. And it seems to also extend to the union. The union seems to be, throwing their own teachers, high school teachers, under the bus for 30 pieces of silver that goes to the people who remain working. So a lot of corruption is being exposed tonight, but at least we know, and we will vote appropriately in the next election for you all. Good night.
Noel?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I am a senior at Galileo High School and a student leader in the JROTC program. And I would like to focus on how this is the second shutdown that Galileo is facing in the past 4 years. We only got our program back in fall of 2019. And we didn't get a full year until we were taken out of school, physical school, by COVID. And we finally got back this fall. And now we're immediately facing another shutdown. Multiple programs beyond Galileo JRTC, other JRTCs, and other programs are likewise facing these issues of not being able to get up their proper enrollment numbers simply because we're unable to showcase our own charms of the program and haven't been able to pass down tradition, pass down previous appointments. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiana T. Tillery?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tiana Tillery, and I am an officer with UESF. I'm also a paraeducator who has also received a preliminary layoff notice here at SFUSD. I just wanted to first say how much I love my job. Those who know me know I love everything there is around attendance and attendance interventions. I'm here to speak really quickly tonight about our child welfare attendance liaisons, also known as CWALs. I am asking that you consider rescinding their layoff notices. There are 7 out of 10 of them are receiving potential layoff notices and due to lack of work and or funding. And the last time I checked, we still have a chronic absenteeism issue here at SFUSD. So it's hard to imagine how we can lay off the folks who work with the students who display tier 3 attendance issues because of lack of work. Please reconsider layoffs of all paraeducators, but specifically our CWALs. Thank you.
Commissioner, that's 25 minutes.
Thank you. President Lopez, that concludes public comment for the time allotted. We will move into the reading the written emails that we received for public comment. And there will be 15 minutes for that, correct? Okay. Hi, my name is Mizuho Takahashi, a parent of a 10th grade at Washington High School. I am writing to this comment on how Japanese classes are important for the community and we should stop decreasing numbers of teachers and staff. My daughter and I came from Tokyo, Japan about 11 years ago. Since then, I appreciate how this community, San Francisco, has been welcoming us and our culture. I believe that diversity will enrich our society. At Washington High School, teachers are so passionate and encourage students to learn and grow. To eliminate the Japanese language program would be a huge loss for Washington High School. I really don't understand why the Japanese language is being cut. Japan is the 3rd largest economy in the world. Demand of Japanese language is high, and students love its culture. Cutting the cost would impact negatively for sure. Please keep Japanese language programs. Sincerely, Mizuho Takahashi. This is from Jennifer Morales. Hello, submitting to specify it is for item F. To the board, the budget cuts assumed in these layoffs demonstrate SFUSD's worst proclivities and unwillingness to admit error, let alone reconcile and restore, a disregard for equity, and a willingness to further inequity when it will please the district's loudest critics. My school, Junipero Serra, had a kindergarten closed in error. EPC failed to account for our looping model, which has been in effort for well over a decade. Restoring the kindergarten is the right thing to do. We have always been able to fill our kindergarten classrooms, yet EPC is unwilling to take this simple step. Instead, they have provided incomplete, unpersuasive, and inaccurate data to prove they are justified in closing the class. At our school, we are reminded that the same staff changed our start time by 65 minutes and refused to meet with our community. When we presented data showing our families preferred an early start to a late start by a 2-to-1 margin, we were discounted and ignored. I asked the board to insist that the superintendent and EPC restore our kindergarten. Again, this merely corrects a mistake. We teach children to repair harm. It is time for the district to model the behavior we wish to inspire. Failing to do so compounds the harm. For the first time in my 15 years in SFUSD, high-level district staff have advised schools in writing to utilize PTA funds to buy back classrooms and lower class sizes. This is inequitable. My school and most other schools cannot do this. In fact, only the district's wealthiest schools can do this. Presumably, the district intends this to happen since they have cut 10% of all kindergarten seats, far more than can be justified from enrollment. Regardless, compounding inequity in this way does harm. Again, the district must be required to live by its principles and fund schools properly. J. Sarah has a fully enrolled bilingual bicultural Spanish pathway. SFUSD is this year refusing to provide any funds for contributing this pathway through 5th grade. Sites like ours will be expected to fully fund this program. They have no other option but to do so, which compounds the cuts they have already received. Rather than devoting our site allocation to intervention services, additional arts, and other programming, we must fund basic course offerings. This is unacceptable and places an undue burden on schools with many English language learners. The district has chosen to balance its budget on the backs of its low-income schools while supporting its wealthier ones in offering more. This is the antithesis of equity and of responsibility, an act of intentional harm. I demand that the district do better, restore the harm you have visited on school communities, rescind layoffs, restore our kindergarten, fund schools who cannot rely on parent support, fully fund bilingual pathways at all schools. Jennifer Mullis. This next letter is from Emily Marase, who we did hear public comment from. Okay, I will move on to the next. This is a public comment on item F3, resolution to decrease the number of certificated employees due to reduction in particular kinds of services. To the members of the school board, I strongly oppose the resolution to eliminate Japanese instructors at the middle and high school level. The Japanese community has a long history and strong roots in San Francisco. Teaching Japanese in our public schools strengthens and sustains this bond, bringing new generations of kids up with an appreciation of the special culture of Japan. These classes also connect students to history, proud and not so proud moments for America and San Francisco, vital for us to remember. Japanese class is an attractor of talented students and highly involved parents in the public schools. The savings gained from the cuts will likely be offset by the loss of students, parental involvement, and cultural engagement. A loss for schools, the students, the parents, and the city. Everyone loses. The city should invest in this community, not slash it, just another line item on the budget spreadsheet. Thank you, Sam Hiroko Schreiber. Commissioners, I am submitting comment on agenda item F3, resolution to decrease the number of certificated employees due to a reduction in particular kinds of services. As a parent of a student in the Japanese bilingual and bicultural program at Rosa Parks Elementary, I am strongly against staffing cuts to the Japanese language and cultural programs in SFUSD. Our students benefit from a range of languages. The Japanese community in San Francisco has a proud history, which should be reflected in our schools. Cutting language programs is an insult to this community, and especially in light of the language programs at the elementary level. Does great disservice to our students' academic trajectories and potential. Kyle Woodward, parent at Rosa Parks. This is a comment in regards to item F3, resolution to decrease the number of certificated employees due to a reduction in particular kinds of service. I cannot attend the March 1st Board of Education meeting and would like this comment on the record. I object to this layoff proposal and would implore you to seek other ways of cutting the budget. The Japanese language program is crucial to maintaining the cultural heritage of the Japanese American community. One must realize the historical racism in the 20th century that led to the decline of Japanese language speakers in San Francisco. The legacies of World War II camps and forced assimilation must not be ignored. The city of San Francisco has a history of whitewashing inconvenient past negligence. If there is any semblance or remorse regarding the mistreatment of Japanese Americans, we must consider funding this initiative. Thank you for your reading of this. If you get this far, sincerely, Takeshi Moro, parent of SFUSD student. To the board members, to the members of the school board, I strongly oppose the resolution to eliminate Japanese instructors at the middle and high school level. Please reconsider your community and for the future of many students at SFUSD. Japanese class this is a duplicate. We read this one. My apologies. It is important to me that we have no layoffs in the 2022-23 academic year. Below are additional resources if you or your family need support. SFUSD related request. SFUSD student. This is part of it. Hello, I am the father of 2 daughters, both currently enrolled in Japanese language programs in SFUSD. I'm from Los Angeles and my wife is from Japan. I've watched the programs at Rosa Park Elementary and Presidio Middle School enrich the educations of every kid in the program. It is bringing children of all races and cultures together in a way that doesn't take hold in other ways. They are learning not just language, but Japanese culture, cultural observations, crafts, and the result is a really lifelong community bond. Without these teachers, San Francisco will be losing a big part of what makes it great. Please don't stop the funding for these teachers, especially at this time in history. Thank you, Patrick Holleran. I am writing to comment on item F3, resolution to decrease the number of certificated employees due to a reduction in particular kinds of services. For today's SFUSD school board meeting, my child is in 2nd grade in the Japanese bilingual bicultural program at Rosa Parks Elementary School. Japanese is his favorite subject, and it's a subject we hope he will continue to study and love in middle school and beyond. Cutting Japanese programs in SFUSD schools would be a huge mistake. Having a diversity of languages available makes SFUSD schools more compelling, and cutting these programs will only cause families to leave public schools and their funding with them. Please do not make such a short-sighted decision. There are other ways that SFUSD can reduce its cost and meet its budget. Ways that do not directly impact instruction for students, which is the district's most important job. Sarah Sheetman. I'd like to testify to the board meeting agenda, item F3, resolution to decrease the number of certificated employees due to a reduction in particular kinds of service. Please do not reduce the Japanese teachers from our children's most important learning years. Please keep funding Japanese language programs in SFUSD. We need more diversity in our educational offerings. Please show us the district respects and values East Asian languages, cultures, and people. Our children are benefiting so much from our current Japanese language program offered at SFUSD. Please do not take this away. Thank you. Karu Shida, a parent of 2 who are in SFUSD. Dear members of the board, I am writing as a concerned parent, homeowner, and taxpayer. It has come to my attention that you intend to vote on a measure which would effectively eliminate the roles for 5 out of 7 Japanese instructors at the middle and high school levels. My daughter has been attending Rosa Parks Elementary and has been enrolled in the JBBP program since 1st grade. My daughter is not Japanese. Exposure to a different culture and language has broadened her view of the world. The language instruction specifically has led to increased confidence and is a source of pride. Eliminating the scope and availability of this instruction as she moves to middle school and then high school, where a second language is required curriculum, is short-sighted at best. Eliminating curriculum that actually engages students would be a mistake. SFUSD curriculum is already bare bone, and I am forced to send my daughter for private math, music, and physical education lessons. If you choose to vote for the elimination of one more program due to a budget shortfall, you should expect to lose more students to private institutions that provide more engaging programs, leading to further budget shortfalls year over year. It makes little fiscal sense to be less competitive in the long term in an effort to solve a short-term budget problem. Scott Shapiro. Item F3, resolution to decrease the number of certificated employees due to a reduction in particular kinds of service to whom it may concern. As a parent and loyal champion of our public school system, and as a volunteer and donor, I would like to express my opposition to this resolution. While I remain empathetic to ongoing funding challenges, this resolution represents a betrayal to children who have been diligently tracking in these areas Japanese language programs, many since kindergarten. Language and cultural programs in particular are vital to improving cultural awareness in a troubled world and ultimately make for better national and international stewardship. To abandon these programs now would be a breach of contract to the commitments of children and families and to the hard work and resources they have expanded over the last 7+ years. Please save the Japanese language programs in our schools. David T. Darling. Hello, if the Japanese program is gone, there is no reason for my family to stay in San Francisco. I believe it is the same for a lot of families whose children are in the JBBP program. Thank you, Ryoko Nagata. And that was 15 minutes, President Lopez.
Okay, thank you for reading those comments into the record. We will now begin our discussion. Again, hearing 4 items under section F. Are there any questions or comments from the board? I also want to note Elliot Duchan is on the call and would also like to share. Student Delegate Lamb.
Yeah, I'll ask just one clarifying question first, because I want to hear what Mr. Duchan has to say. But I wanted to just clarify the Japanese program piece. So it only says 1 FTE. My question is, by laying off this 1 FTE, is it single-handedly ending the Japanese program at any one school?
Assistant Superintendent Sanderson, do you want to speak to the reduction of the 1 teacher in Japanese language?
To answer your question directly, no is the answer. We are reducing so as you know, and I said this earlier this evening, we respond to student requests for courses. We anticipate that the student request will be lower for Japanese. And as a result, we anticipate that we will need one less Japanese teacher or a portion of a Japanese teacher less next year. The Japanese program will remain open at all of the schools that it is currently operating at, both in high schools, the one middle school, and I assume elementary schools, because that does not require a single subject credential.
Can I just have a quick follow-up is if more students want to take Japanese, then it will go up or down based on student interest. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's always how it is. That's every single course. That is correct, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can I just ask one sort of follow-up? Where are the public commenters getting 5 FTEs from? Is that like a miscommunication or?
Jen,
Ms.
do you want-
Bajur.
Jen, do you want to speak to that?
I think that is a misunderstanding. There was, as part of the message that Chief Bajur sent out at the end of January, that was a heads up notice. That was to the list of teachers who were on the seniority list. So I believe that might be some of the confusion, but the resolution that has the breakdown of projected FTE indicates the reduction of 1 FTE, not 5.
Thank you very much. That clarifies a lot.
Yes, I think we all had a similar clarifying question. Mr. Duchamp, did you want to share before we hear from commissioners?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. My name's Elliot Duchamp. I, along with my colleague Pam Lazan, are state-appointed fiscal experts to advise the district on balancing your budget. Your district received a letter on September 15th from the California Department of Education, noting that at that time you had a $116 million structural deficit and that the state was going to take certain actions. They required you to submit a positive interim report for your next one, which was December 15th, and to present a budget stabilization plan along with several other things, and put both Pam and myself in place to advise you on this process. I can't say it more clearly than Chief Bajur said in terms of this is not a pleasant process. It is a process we all hope will end better than it starts, but it is also necessary to take these actions now because you will lose that option after March 15th. I want to explain something in as simple a term as I can. It's true, well, $125 million is a lot of money. You have over $1 billion budget. It's slightly more than 10%. But the problem is that if you don't fix that deficit this year, then it accrues and it's $250 million the next year. Your required reserves are about 2% for a district your size. That's about $40 million. If you have to take a loan out to meet your financial obligations for 2 times the amount of your reserves, the state will put in place a trustee. Or actually it's an administrator is the terminology. That administrator essentially sits in the place of your superintendent and your board. You as commissioners sit in the place of the people of San Francisco. You have an obligation to be solvent. That is really a covenant you have with your students. And I know that I can tell the passion of the community and the passion of the board and the passion of your staff. Even as unpleasant as this may be, I am proud and honored to be here and to be working with the district, the stature and type of San Francisco. You do a commendable job in educating your students. The fact of the matter is You are funded by taxpayer monies, and you have to live within your means. If you don't, by law, ultimately the state has the authority to take you over if it has to fund your deficit. Your staff has put together a plan that is really worst case scenario. And you made you committed to this plan on December 14th, when you passed your interim report and also passed the budget stabilization plan. It is really your obligation to continue along that road and do everything you can to really erase this deficit, not lower it. You have to erase it. If it accrues, it only gets worse. The problem is really very simple. It is not about the quality of your staff, the quality of your programs, or anything else. You once had 57,000 students. Like many districts, if not most districts in the state, you now have many fewer, approximately 50,000. You cannot offer all of the staff and all of the programs to fund 57,000 students with only 50,000. If you continue to do that, it will get worse. The 25 million will not only accrue, but it will become greater. So I have to urge you as a commission, as board members, as your duties as public officers, that you have a responsibility to balance your budget. And really, my job is to give you everything I can, and Pam everything she can, the ability to maintain your local control over your budget. That's our goal, and I hope that's your goal. The only way you can do that is to continue with your obligations that you already made in December with your interim report and your budget stabilization plan. As painful as it is, I recognize that. And I've personally have been on both sides of the layoff, and they're not fun. Chances are things will get better. I can't make that promise, and no one else can. But you have to take this measure now, or the state will have to take more drastic measures with you. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I'll take full responsibility for the role that I have and Pam has in representing the California Department of Education, in really providing all the aid that we can in helping you to make sure that your budget is solvent. So thank you. It is really an honor and privilege to be here.
Great. Are there any questions for Mr. Ducharme? We appreciate that explanation. Or, Commissioner Bogus?
I had a follow-up question. If you could just address, I guess, the amount of information that we're kind of getting and the kind of the timeline that we're getting the information, how that would compare to like other districts would be going through similar things. Is this kind of, I guess, like par for the course, kind of what we're seeing and what we're experiencing, kind of the information we didn't have in December, kind of the additional information we have now, still missing kind of the total pictures as we move forward?
Yes. I actually went through a process in a district of about 20,000 with a RIF of 283 teachers. I met with every one of them, everyone except one who did not have a credential that could be used by the district, ultimately came back. Some of those teachers, it was their third layoff. Unfortunately, you have to have a plan now, not knowing the governor's budget, not knowing your enrollment, not knowing your retirement, that's in place before March 15th. So you cannot, no matter if your staff was giving you any more information, they'd be looking into a crystal ball. And I would be sitting here telling you, you don't have the correct or proper information. We've looked at the budget stabilization, the budget balancing plan. We've looked at your enrollment projections. You have a lot of staff and you just have to make cuts. And I want to assure you, because as hard as this is, there is not another way to meet your budgetary obligations. And you can truly, you can look at how many people you get for how much in terms of one position versus another. But this is very typical to do across the board in places that all reflect, in this case, the declining enrollment of the district. So Commissioner, yes, I believe that you're getting accurate and timely and as much information as you possibly could be getting right now.
Thank you for that. The last question I have for you is I just was wondering if you could share your assessment on, I guess, the validity of the plan that's put forth by staff. I know you said that it seems to be on par, but I definitely feel like we heard comments from the public in regards to it seeming malicious or targeting. And I guess just from your perspective coming in from the state, if you had any assessment on whether or not you felt that decisions were coming from a place that wasn't, I guess, grounded in the best budgetary decisions, or anything that you can kind of see from your kind of auditing.
No, I've talked to people in several of your divisions. I've sat in on your LCAP meetings, your PEEF meetings, your CAC meetings. What I see in your staff, in your community, on the board, are well-intentioned people who in good faith want to provide the best education. And I was telling somebody today, I like the term each and every, but you all also are responsible for all. And you can't take care of each and every if you're not taking care of all. I have not seen any kind of animosity, maliciousness, anything that I've seen in any other kind of budget cutting in a time like this. I mean, I can tell you when I went through this before, I had parents who told me I hated swimming, I hated band, I hated athletics. I was even at a band concert when one parent told me that. Everybody takes a cut personally. And I can assure you, I have not seen that.
Commissioners, other questions or comments?
Okay, yeah, I had some more for staff. I guess if we could just have an explanation, a little bit more clarity around what these reductions would feel like, understanding that we're just kind of projecting out kind of the worst case scenario and we expect it to kind of be less than what is kind of being seen here. But I guess if this was kind of the final verdict, kind of what would that kind of mean for the individual sites that are kind of going to be impacted, and what would it mean for our district as a whole to kind of have that shift from serving 57,000 students to 50,000, just to support families and staff and kind of understanding kind of how we'll feel these as they potentially roll out.
Yeah, I can speak to that, Commissioner Bogus. I want to be transparent, having, as Elliot just said, having been on both sides, having been an administrator in a school during layoffs and having received layoff notices myself, it's very disruptive. There's no way to, it is, right? It's when a position gets closed somewhere, it's often not that the educator in that position is going to get laid off, right? That educator may get consolidated, in that position may get closed, and then the educator who's in that position may have greater seniority, and then they have a consolidated teacher pool. A more junior teacher would get a layoff notice, right? Which would then open up a position essentially for a more senior teacher, right? So there's a process where, like, even if a school doesn't close any positions, some of the educators, the newer educators, the more junior educators at that school can get bumped out of positions because of the way seniority functions as the kind of main driver here. So this can be very disruptive, right? This is why I framed at the beginning of my presentation that, you know, this is the last thing that we want to do, right? We are very much keeping our fingers crossed that, and trying our best to create conditions for those who want to retire, those who want to resign, they do that so that we know of those vacancies ahead of time, and we can start the process as soon as we know. We can start the process of making sure that teachers in closing positions are moving into open vacant positions, which means that we don't actually have to issue final layoff notices in May, right? Because it all works out, right? I don't know if that answered your question.
No, I appreciate that. I think what I really was just hoping to get a feel of is just how much of this reduction will kind of change the way our schools feel and the way people interact with the district. And I know we're not at a place yet where we can kind of fully quantify what everything will be, but I guess I'm just really curious to see these layoffs and to not really have a full vision of what they're going to mean for school sites and how we're going to continue providing the same quality of education we currently are with these reductions. Because I think I have a hard time seeing how the reductions lead to a reduction in need in the school sites, even if we have less students. And so I'm trying to understand how we're balancing that and what would be the message to families and students and staff who are concerned about our abilities to still kind of fully meet the expectations that families have for us, and just kind of how we're balancing that as we navigate this as a district.
Yeah, I think you've heard some of the public comment, right? You've heard from folks at Sheridan and places where they're projecting to have fewer classrooms based on decreased enrollment. That will, of course, affect collegiality and team among educators, and that will be felt at the schools. I would say, and Jen, please chime in here, but I would say looking at the anticipated reductions at schools, they're not like big clumps, with the exception of one or two schools that I can think of. They're not like big clumps of like a large number of consolidations. It's like one or two for schools that are affected. And there's a bunch of consolidation, a bunch of positions that are being closed in central offices that also affect, right? Because we're all part of one, like all the certificated folks are part of one system, right? So when we close a bunch of positions in the central office, that is also going to have a ripple effect on educators who work in schools. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I'm giving you an answer that you're looking for.
Yes, that was helpful. Thank you. Let's hear one more comment, and then we will begin our vote. Two more comments, Commissioner Sanchez and Commissioner Alexander.
It just was, when you look at the list of certificated staff, multiple subjects, credential, if you just do a quick count, you'll find that at least 2/3 of the schools or teachers are from schools that are really struggling in our district, mostly east and southeast sector of the city. And just taking one school to look at as a case study, I guess, Malcolm X has 5 teachers that are going to potentially get laid off and 2 classified. So 7, and their staff is a very small staff. There's a very small school. So you can imagine the morale at a school that's already struggling in a community that's the most marginalized practically in our city, if not the. When I was principal at Cleveland during the last round, when we had potential layoffs, only 1 teacher out of 17 classroom teachers got this, tentatively a layoff notice, and it destroyed the morale at the school. Just 1 teacher. So you can imagine what Malcolm X is going through and other schools. Flynn has 5 teachers. Harvey Milk has 5. SF Community has 5. SF Community is a very small school as well. So we have to keep that in mind as we move forward. It takes a toll on morale, it takes a toll on people's psyche. When you have this kind of turnover, potential turnover at schools that are already really suffering, it doesn't get any better. It can only get worse. So this is a really tough decision we have to make. I understand we have to make it, but the compassion and grace we have to make it with is super important. I do like the framing that Ms. Bajur gave at the beginning, but I'll leave it at that.
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to just explain to my colleagues in the public how I'm thinking in terms of my vote tonight. And I appreciate Commissioner Sanchez for raising the point around the impact, in particular on our schools serving low-income students, will face a greater impact. That is a fact because of how staffing patterns work. And but again, we are facing this declining enrollment and a deficit, and we're going to have to make some really tough choices based on our values. And that, to me, that's what fiscal responsibility is. It's about making strategic choices based on our values. So just as a way of framing the way I'm thinking, I got an email last week from an SFUSD parent, a mom of a 4th and 6th grader who's also co-president in one of our PTAs of an elementary school, and she said, directed to me, you, Commissioner Alexander, promised to help lead a process to look deeply into central office staff cuts in order to avoid as many school staff cuts as possible as part of the compromise reached to avoid state takeover. Did this process occur? Were superfluous central office positions found and considered in the cuts? I can't find an update on this and want to know that the cuts proposed for sites are truly warranted. The district's steady enrollment decline needs to be addressed in cuts, but avoiding unnecessary pain felt by students should be the primary goal. That's the end of the email. And that really impacted me because she's right. I did make that commitment. And the truth is that process has not occurred in a deep way. I think we've made some efforts, and I really appreciate the superintendent's collaboration and leadership on that. But the fact is we haven't gotten very far in that process. And so, we did approve a balancing plan in December with $60 million in cuts to schools and direct services and $30 million in cuts to central office services. The governor's budget has given us $40 million of additional revenue. So we're actually in a much better place. I do think it's worth acknowledging that we're actually in a much, much better place already than we were in December. So, and of that 40 million, staff has proposed applying it to schools and direct services. So the reduction is now approximately 20 million, or between 15 and 20 million in that area, of which 15 million is due to enrollment decline. So again, I want to thank Dr. Matthews and the staff for their diligent efforts in that respect. And I've said I support those enrollment-based layoffs. I think it's, we can't afford to have 8 kids in a class. Unfortunately, I wish we could. Maybe when we get Prop 13 reform at the state level, we'll be able to staff our schools at the way we should, right? So I think we also need to acknowledge that. But I do have concerns about the distribution of the layoffs, in particular within central office services. Based on the data that I've received, it looks like a lot of the central office cuts are focused on the lower paid central office staff, such as teachers and paras on special assignment, who are often the ones that provide direct support to school-based staff and have a more direct impact on the student experience. We heard in public comment today, actually, about the Student and Family Support Department, where I think someone said we're eliminating the clinical support infrastructure while preserving higher paid employees, such as managers, who don't understand schools as well. So I'm concerned that the kind of within the central office category, we've been cutting or thinking of cutting positions that are closer to the student experience and preserving the upper management positions. And again, I know that the superintendent is committed to exploring additional upper management reductions, and I really appreciate that. But it does concern me that in Chief Bajur's presentation tonight, when she talked about the external consultant, she said that person will provide analysis and recommendations about, quote, reducing or maintaining unrepresented management positions. So it seems like there's still, Chief Bajur at least still seems not certain that upper management needs reductions. And so I just want to be clear, as at least to have my understanding of where we're at in terms of the increases of the last decade. So 10 years ago in 2009-10, we had actually more students than we do today. As Mr. Duchamp pointed out, we've actually reduced our number of students considerably over the last decade. We had 15 of the top management positions, which aside from the superintendent, so the deputy chief and assistant superintendents, we had 15 of those 10 years ago. Now we have 23. Executive directors, who cost an average of $250,000 a year. 10 years ago, we had 15, and now we have 21. Directors, this is the one that's amazing. We had directors cost $224,000 a year, and we had 8 of them 10 years ago, and now we have 55. Sorry, the next one's even more amazing. Managers, we had, the cost $190,000 a year. 10 years ago, we had 9. Now we have 72. Education policy analysts, we had 12 10 years ago, and now we have 22. So of those, and those are all positions that cost $180,000 and above. So of those collectively, we had 47 of those positions a decade ago. We now have 171. So that's the cost, and the approximate cost in current dollars is $26 million a year. That's in addition, right? 10 years ago, we were spending $11.5 million on upper management. Now we're spending 37 million roughly. So we've more than doubled our spending on an annual basis. So that's $26 million a year. And as we know, it's not just 1 year. It keeps that. If we don't make those reductions now, in every out year, we're spending $26 million a year. So my question just is, 10 years ago, I was in this district. Commissioner Sanchez was in this district. A lot of us have experience here. We were a very functional school district with more students. So I'm confident that some of those positions, it made sense to add, right? There were new things that came up. There were changes to reporting requirements. There were new central initiative board policies, right, that were promulgated. But I just find it, frankly, impossible to believe that every single one of those positions is necessary. And the real issue isn't that, it's that we haven't done the analysis, right? That we've talked about zero-based budgeting, but we haven't gone through and actually said, is this position essential, right? Can we justify that this position is worth, and I was gonna say worth it better, more important than a teaching position or a para, but it's actually more important than 2 teaching positions or 3 paras, right? Because they're actually much more expensive. So that's where I'm honestly just stuck. And again, I feel, I know we can't just, in my opinion, just reject all the layoffs, because then we're gonna, that we're not following our balancing plan. So, but at the same time, I feel like we haven't done what's fiscally responsible in order to really do that deep analysis. Again, I understand we're on that path. I appreciate the superintendent for that, but I feel, in terms of my integrity as an educator, that if we haven't done that analysis, and again, the board, and not to beat a dead horse, but last May, unanimously, we passed a resolution asking for that analysis. So the fact that this isn't a new request. Anyway, I'll try to wrap up. So basically, I'm going to support the teacher layoff resolution, even though there are programmatic reductions that I have concerns about. But I don't see how to parse that one in a way that doesn't, that's $20 million worth of layoffs that if we don't make, we're going to be in a big hole. The para one, though, I think is another matter. We're proposing laying off 47 para educators. Last week it was 37, so that concerns me that I don't know if my colleagues are aware of that, but last week on our board agenda, it said 37 paras, and this week it's now 47. So I just think it's not clear how many even are needed to be laid off. They include critical staff who work directly with students and families, in some cases family liaisons, attendance workers. One principal told me they're going to lose their family liaison is one of the only staff that speaks Cantonese and can communicate with families. So, and the 47 para layoffs together only cost $3.8 million. If we were to lay off 16 of those directors or 20 managers, we could restore all 47 of the para positions. So I guess out of the 72 managers and 55 directors, of which vast majority we had less than 10 years ago. If we could find just 20 of those positions, we could restore the 47 paras. So I'm going to plan to vote no on the para item F5, and I would urge my colleagues to join me if they feel similarly. And I just hope finally that we can continue to work together, you know, to be both fiscally responsible, but also truly student-centered, and really prioritizing the positions that are closest to the classroom, whether it's within central office or at the school sites. I think the more we can get resources closer to kids, and then be clear for the upper management. We need upper management in our district, right? Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we can get rid of it, but just to be really clear, what are those positions for? Who are they accountable to? If we're clear and transparent, I think then, you know, sometimes there's this talk of us being divisive. I get accused of sort of being divisive between upper management and other people. Well, it's because there's a lack of transparency. I think if everyone's clear, then that's what creates the divisiveness. I'm just reflecting what I hear from educators, what I hear from parents, what I hear from students who don't understand what those people are doing. So thank you for letting me take that time.
So I'm not hearing a response. It's needed. I do want to know, Student Delegate Lamb, your hand is up, and perhaps Commissioner Collins.
Yeah, I have two really quick, I guess, clarifying questions. The first is that if this passes tonight, is there any way that we can, I know we can rescind layoff notices. Is there any way that we can add on additional layoff notices?
No, we're bringing to you tonight the maximum.
Okay, and then the second sort of clarifying question, is there any way that we can move these to next week's regular meeting and still make the March 15th deadline?
No.
Okay. And I guess sort of my comments are similar to Commissioner Alexander's. I feel like we should have done back in December when we voted. I know that I voted thinking that we would do an analysis of our upper management to try to take as much away from direct student cuts as possible. But that didn't happen. And so now we're kind of tied here in sort of like a catch-22 where we can't add anything onto the number of FTEs cut from Central if we pass it tonight. And if we vote down all of these resolutions, then we can't follow our budget balancing plan. And so I don't know, I'm kind of at a loss because we should have done this analysis beforehand so that we can make adjustments to the amount of FTEs being cut in terms of teachers and paras, but we didn't, and now we're kind of stuck. And so it's just kind of unfortunate. I want to note that. I'm also just wondering, like, if we do vote through the teacher resolution and we vote down the para resolution, when we vote on the admin resolution, if we vote that down, will there still be an opportunity? I guess if you follow my logic, if we vote down the para resolution and we try to find 3 million to cover for the 47 paras, will we still be able to issue layoff notices to central office if we pass the central office resolution or the admin resolution? Does that kind of make sense?
So,
go ahead.
So following your logic, I think passing it does give us the opportunity to do that. Passing the admin one.
Means that if we went through the analysis and it was determined that more admin could be issued layoff notices that would cover that amount for the paras, we could still issue those layoff notices even if we pass this tonight?
No, not, I thought you meant the ones that are on there. No, not additional ones. Not if they're certificated.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I just had a comment about just overall, you know, as what Commissioner Alexander had raised. For me, it's clear that the, all last year, right, we were building out a balancing plan. We knew the structural fiscal cliff was before us. Now we're here. I think for me, it is also for our board, working with the superintendent to really get grounded on not only is it resources and funding to sites, but what is it that we're working towards? And what are we going to hold ourselves accountable to student outcomes? We've now spent, I said it last week, I'll say it again. We are now, into our, almost going into our spring break for a full, sense of in-person learning kind of, and looking at our COVID recovery. We submitted our LCAP mid-year. I want to be able to do deeper dives as a board around our comprehensive assessments. What are we doing locally here, and how is that informing our work for the rest of this school year? And as we do our planning for summer and into next academic year. So that's all I just wanted to name for me. Yes, it's about staying student-centered. It's providing those resources at the site, and it's about what are those outcomes of those investments.
Thank you. I think I just want to appreciate staff's presentation, and I also want to appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I think there's a lot of really important things that have been already articulated, and I want to just honor the fact that Commissioner Sanchez is really looking at how this impact lays out across the district to schools that tend to be under-resourced. I think that's an analysis that I think it would be great for staff to also share in their analysis of cuts. And also Commissioner Sanchez's analysis on the types of jobs that tend to be cut. And I just want to reflect on when I first joined the board 3 years ago, we did notice this pattern where we were approving administrative contracts and then considering staff cuts. And it does feel like there's a pattern in this district of preserving central office positions without any real analysis. And I know we don't always agree on the board, but I do know that consistently, me and all of my colleagues, I've heard questions around how do we know, it's easy to determine the impact of a teacher or a nurse or a social worker or a paraeducator because they provide direct services and we know what they do and we know that they have impacts on the lives of our students. And there is a lot of value also to the work that folks do in central office. It is harder though to always see what those impacts are. And as Commissioner Lamb has consistently asked, how do we evaluate those investments? And how do we make that visible to the public? And Commissioner Sanchez and Alexander, this is over a year that they've been asking for the district staff to really analyze how we're utilizing our resources when it comes to administrative staff. And what I've seen time and time again is we're presented with this kind of tough decision with no analysis. And I feel like it's a pattern that we continue to enable by voting. We keep asking and we don't get an answer and then we just vote. And so I guess I just want to provide a rationale for my vote. I don't think it's right to cut staff that represents most often women and communities of color. They're our least paid employees, and they provide services to communities of color at a higher rate. When we talk about paraeducators, they provide services directly, generally to students with disabilities. Those are often students of color. And then our paraeducators, our liaisons, our interpretation, those folks are providing vital access to education in our schools. So I just don't feel like it's morally right to approve cuts to paraeducators when I still haven't, in 3 years, I still haven't seen an analysis of central office positions. And so I will be voting no on yes on the administrative reductions. I think we need to reduce staff in classrooms where we don't have enough students. And I also believe that if this board fights for it, I'm confident that we can work with we need to work with the city to make sure that we have the resources we need for our sites. And so I think, so I will be voting yes on that with confidence that our board will continue to fight to ensure that our schools' classrooms are kept whole. But I don't feel like it's in good conscience to vote yes on the paraeducators. And then I also wanted to state that there's just a lot of misinformation that people are sharing. There's a lot of anxiety. I understand that. So it's kind of like telephone, and then we have Twitter and social media that I think amplifies things. I think the media also perpetuate misinformation because it leads to more clicks. So I think I would, just encourage the community to take that kind of information with a grain of salt. I think it creates a lot of stress and it creates harm. And I also want to say that I do deeply value our language programs. And so I just wanted to, for the record, I think there's the Japanese language programs were brought up. I want to provide the superintendent with one more opportunity to just restate what I'm hearing. And if he's not correct, I will be, raising my voice. I think our Japanese language programs, but also I'm concerned about Vietnamese language programs. We have Arabic language programs, Spanish language programs, and Cantonese language programs. Our language programs are a huge asset in our district, and language is culture. And I want to make sure that those programs are preserved because those are a part of our vision for, our graduate profile. And I think they're a part of our values. And so I just wanted to just confirm that the teacher votes won't impact our ability to provide language programming in all languages to students in our district.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for sharing your thoughts on the rest of the items under section F. As I mentioned earlier, we will be voting on each item separately. Let's begin with the roll call vote.
President Lopez, may I just ask a kind of a process question?
Sure.
If we were to, or just a what if program, I guess, question. If we were to vote down the para recommendation from staff, what then happens? That's a question to staff.
Elliot, I see your hand is raised as well, and then staff will get a chance to respond.
Yeah, I would like to answer that question from the point of view of the Department of Education. Because your next step in this process is to provide an interim report where you're positive for the next 3 years. This package has been carefully prepared, and I think that will really compromise staff's ability to provide a positive interim report. That doesn't mean you can't find the money elsewhere, but I want to reiterate something, that a structural deficit is based on an ongoing staffing that is not responsive to the numbers of students. And I believe that the layoffs being proposed to you are responsive to the numbers of students. I also want to tell you that I have also begun a process of looking at your district office staffing. As you know, it's complex. And as I think Commissioner Collins said, it's very difficult to measure the impact of one administrator, but it's also very easy to say, well, we could do without that person. In the last 10 years, you've added a lot of programs. I would gather you didn't have a CTEIG program 10 years ago. You didn't have the special ed needs you have now 10 years ago. So the impact on sites is very clear. And I think when you look at a structural change or a reorganizational change, that has to be handled in a little bit different manner. And again, the numbers of administrators don't fluctuate the way the numbers of classrooms and students do. So I just want to put that in, that clearly you have a package that's all pointed to a positive interim report.
Well, I just like to hear the numbers again, maybe from Commissioner Alexander, what he's proposing, which I'm interested in, just having those numbers again about how many paras we're talking about, how much that costs. So it's 47 FTEs, which is more than 47 paras because many of them are not full-time. And again, as Commissioner Collins noted, and Commissioner Alexander, these are by and large women of color who are amongst the lowest paid in our district and provide direct services to our students, mostly students of color, low-income students of color. And his proposal is then to balance or offset that with cutting managerial positions. And we're talking about how many million total?
Yeah, 3.8. That's an estimate based on Chief Bejour's average of $77,000 of a cost for a para. So I mean, the exact number might differ somewhat, but so 47 paras times 77,000 is roughly 3.8 million. And again, the director, I mean, it could be a combination of directors and managers, but if it were directors, it would only be 16. If it were managers, it would be 20. If it were executive directors, it would be even fewer.
Right, so it could be a combination of any upper management.
Right.
Okay, so what I'm interested in is just the thought process of staff. If we were, so it's 3.8 million that we'd have to offset with other cuts. And I actually want to push back a little bit, Elliot. We have had many needs over the years, and some have gone up and some have gone down, but they don't justify that kind of doubling and sometimes tripling and quadrupling in certain areas of upper management. So I want us to explore this more.
If I could just add to that point, just want to reiterate what Ms. Bajor said earlier, that we're in active conversations with UE regarding these positions, active conversations with UE about moving the people who are in these positions of this particular kind of service to positions for the kind of service that we're currently in need of. So the goal, the entire goal, as she said from the beginning, is the hope is that no one would be laid off, and we're continually reducing the number of people who will end up getting a preliminary notice to keep them in positions. We don't want to lose anyone. So I just want to make sure that's clear, that we are actively trying to move the paras who are in these positions out of these positions into positions that we need.
I understand. I guess what I'm really asking is what happens if we don't pass that? And what would you do? Would you be able to balance or offset that by reducing upper management?
So I think that Mr. Dushan, what he just said is the package that we put in front of you, we believe is the best package. I can't answer that question now, but we would have to go back and figure out what we're going to do. And then I'll just leave it at that. Do you have anything you want to add to that, Ian?
Thanks, Dr. Matthews. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot to add. I think we would want to regroup very quickly. As Mr. Dushan said, the plan is for the second interim report and revised version of the balancing plan to be brought back to the board next Tuesday. And so this would affect the assumptions in both of those respects. So we would just have to kind of scramble to figure out how to present and reflect this development into those documents for next week's actions.
And I'll add, being a former state administrator, one of the things that as a district, what we want to do is move from a qualified place to a positive place. And we don't want to either stay in a qualified place or move to a negative place.
Vice President Lamb would also like to comment.
Yeah, given where we are in the process, particularly with the balancing plan, heading into our second interim, we have a structural deficit. I mean, that is the reality. I am just not in a space to continue down the road towards bankruptcy and state governance takeover. We're surrounded by it right now between our city college, Oakland Unified. We have an opportunity right now to try and get towards solvency. And while it is hard and painful, and of course, our paraeducators are a heart, all of our educators are hearts to this district and making teaching and learning for our students. But as a governor of this board, I just cannot support the continued path down towards state takeover and ultimately bankruptcy.
I want to just also be clear that I agree with Commissioner Lamb, and I think I'm deeply concerned that if we don't address this upper management issue, that's what we're doing. So I guess I just want to say, I think, this push to ask staff to really take this on, which should not be a surprise. I mean, I hear the scramble comment, but I think, we've been in conversation about this. Staff has been, in January, there was an effort to really look at in detail upper management positions that got a collaborative effort that got pulled back from, and then the executive leadership team did that work in January. So if there aren't a $3.8 million worth of upper management cuts, to me, it would be surprising if it hadn't already been identified, because my understanding was that level of work was happening. So, and I guess, so my concern again is that if what we're being told is there's one possible path, that doesn't feel responsible, especially if we're allowing for wasteful upper management spending to continue. So again, I think the fiscally responsible thing to do here is actually to sort of require that we confront this. I feel like what we're doing is we're actually just putting off this upper management issue. So to me, the para thing isn't the para. I could see an argument perhaps for reducing some of the paras and keeping other ones of the paras, but we aren't being asked to amend this resolution right now. We're only being offered one option. So I think my position as a governor of the school district is I feel ethically bound to sort of say, no, actually, we need to confront this hard reality. And so that would be my message. And that's, again, why I picked the paras at 3.8 million, which I think is a reasonable amount. And I'm not going to put $20 million at risk in a way that would be really challenging to try to come up with alternatives. I think if we don't have $3.8 million worth of upper management cuts available, then since we've been talking about this since November, I'd be really surprised.
Yeah, I think for me, I think it's really important that we find a way to follow the recommendations that we're hearing from Mr. Deshawn. And I think that I'm also concerned by the idea of laying off any staff and especially paraprofessionals because of how much they get paid and the role that they play in our district. And I personally believe that we need to have more paraprofessionals in our classrooms and paraprofessionals in every classroom. But I feel like at this moment, the pressure is on us to support the proposal that's being put forth by the district. I do feel like we need to continue our investigation of central office spending and of management. And I think having more of that information after we get the audit results back that the district is doing, before we kind of get to that next round of sending out information about layoffs, I think gives us a little bit of flexibility to repair some of the things that will happen in this moment if we do see that correction. I think the difficult part is the state, and no disrespect to the state does not seem to care about our educational goals and how we want to get there. They only care that we are reducing staffing to balance our deficit and not really caring about the impact that's going to have. And I think that for me, it's really important that we continue down this path as we work out alternatives to try to solve it, just to make sure that we aren't putting unnecessary pressure on ourselves or potentially putting ourselves in a place where we would actually lose our ability to make decisions on behalf of the people who put us here. So I just would offer that up and ask folks to support while we continue to do this and really, take advantage of some of the little bit of time that we do have left to really make sure that what we feel is happening is right. And if it isn't, to make those changes before we have to make those final calls. Thank you.
I really appreciate this discussion. And I guess I just want to add, though, if not now, when? If we've been asking for 3 years to have a really serious analysis of our top-heavy kind of administrative costs, and it isn't now, then when? And why are some jobs, I guess, more protected than others? It really does concern me that, when we're talking about paraeducators, we're talking about people who support students with disabilities. We're talking about people that support monolingual communities who need parent liaisons. Those are the folks that serve in those roles. And they make it so that you as a teacher, you can function and survive, right? Like, I've had classes that had students with so many needs, there was really no way for me to really teach unless I had that support. And so I think what Commissioner Alexander is proposing, I think it's disingenuous to say that he's proposing that we'd be fiscally irresponsible. What he's proposing is an alternative. And he's saying if we really value our students that have the most needs, those are students with disabilities and students that are new immigrants and families that are trying to access our education system. If we value them, we will commit to protecting those resources and then find places to make cuts elsewhere. And I don't see a real concerted effort to do that in the last 3 years that I've been here. And I also want to state, when I was with Commissioner Maliga on the Budget Committee as the chair, we were committed